to the second day of Budapest.
Well, a very good morning and welcome back to the Laszlo Papp Arena here in Budapest on day 2 of competition at the Budapest Grand Prix. And it's a very good morning to Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And it's going to be a very good morning. I think if it's anything to go by yesterday and the performances that we saw, well, we were talking ourselves, weren't we, amongst us, I was saying about normally the first day seems to be a little bit low and and slow to start. But it went out firing on all cylinders. Everybody was just on an absolute mission to get on that podium, and it was really exciting stuff. So I'm really looking forward to today's performances.
Yeah, plenty of action yesterday, and that's not just us advertising the product. It really was good, and we were trying to work out exactly why it was. We still haven't worked out why it was and why it has been that exciting these first few days of competition. Normally they're a little bit slow, as Loretta said, but not yesterday. It was great action. We hope for more of the same today. We've got 4 weight categories to bring to you today, 2 for men, 2 for women. It's the under 63 and the under 70 kilo category for women, and the under 73 and under 81 kilo category for men. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each weight category, and then Loretta's going to go through with some of her picks for each of those weights. We'll start with the under 63 kilo category, and the number 1 seed there is Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. The number 2 seed is Martina Traidos of Germany. The number 3 seed is Jules Fransen of the Netherlands, and the number 4 seed is Magdalena Kasakova of Austria. Loretta, who have you seen in there?
Well, 35 judokas that are participating today in this weight category, and there's when you look at the top seeds, they have been consistent in their performance, and Leszki is become an absolute favourite of mine, and that seems to be just growing in so much confidence and is gaining the results, and is really one to keep watching. So you can't write off the number 1 seed of Leszki of getting onto the podium today. But also a young lady, Pia Fasana of Great Britain. This is somebody who's very young but has performed really well in Zagreb a couple of weeks ago, and last year she's junior European medalist. This is someone that's just has been in the shadow of a couple of athletes in Great Britain, but is now getting her opportunity to come on this world circuit and has proved a few points there. So she's a youngster that's coming through. But Alice and Slijana, again, I'm saying about Great Britain, but she's been off, but she's European bronze medalist, but she's been off with a few injuries, so she hasn't really got started. But it's someone you can't write off because she is a very strong athlete. And Tremblay of Canada, again, another strong one, and again, one to watch. But there's so many out there that it's going to be a real sort of, as you would say, a right humdinger of a contest coming through.
Okay, that's the under 63 kilo category. An interesting note about those 4. Andrea Leszki is really the number 2 in Slovenia behind Tina Tersteniak. Martina Traidos has got a point to prove for Germany, making sure that she keeps her place there. Jules Fransen, not necessarily always considered the number 1 in her country, in the Netherlands, and the same goes for Magdalena Kasakova, because she really is, back up for Catherine Unterbertsacher, who and none of their rivals are here. I suppose Nadia Basinski of Germany could be considered the rival to Martina Teidos.
Yeah, there's also another youngster that I've just sort of seen there in the mix of it all in Pool B, and that's Weerma of the Netherlands. This is a cadet cadet European, cadet world champion or something, and European cadet.
Could be in there.
A junior world medalist as well. So again, she's a youngster that's got great potential, got nothing to lose, everything to gain as far as experience and an opportunity of a medal here today. So they're ones to watch.
Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 70 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. The number 2 seed is Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands. The number 3 seed is Asma Niang of Morocco, and the number 4 seed is Maria Perez of Puerto Rico.
Well, Sanne van Dijk for me is a very strong, again, a Dutch girl that's very strong coming through, lots of confidence. Anna Bernholm always impresses us. She's got a great fighting spirit and has done really well this year. There's a couple of Emily Suk for me is quite a good little fighter. She's got nice judo and
brave.
she's brave.
She's plucky.
And she's someone that could really upset one or two. You've got Perez of Peru, there's world silver medalist, and in Agadir got a silver medal there in the Grand Prix. So capable of stirring it all up with these seeds, and also one that hasn't been seeded is the Olympic bronze medalist, European silver medalist, and is Sally Conway, who got a medal in Zagreb a couple of weeks ago, who's not seeded. Having another look, Zupanic of Canada, again another strong athlete, but 38 athletes going to be mixing it up there. There's going to be some strong competition. There's going to be some really exciting matches, and I think there could be 1 or 2 upsets in the seeding.
Okay, let's take a look at the men in the under 81 kilo category. Number 1 seed is Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is Alan Kubetsov of Russia. The number 3 seed is Dominic Ressel of Germany, and the number 4 seed is Matthias Kass of Belgium.
Well, Matthias Kass is someone that I've gone through a couple of times, watched over for some time now. He's a youngster that's coming through, and again, he's someone that's building up in confidence, and he's starting to rake up the results. So he's definitely one to watch, and I definitely feel that he's a person that will be on that podium. But one that's in the mix of that Pool B is Wiseczak of Germany.
Absolutely.
World
Good to see him
champion,
back, yeah.
and he's not even seeded. So he is somebody that could really upset everything amongst theirs. And Ungavari of Hungary, obviously got to be a favourite for the home crowd here. He's battling on home turf. It's got to give him that boost of confidence, and we've just got to see how he goes. And he's in Pool C, where somewhere along the line he will meet up if he gets through there, because there is some, when you look at it, there is some very tough opposition to get through to that semi-final, where I think that Russell again is another strong competitor that could get to that point.
Agreed. Right, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Ganbata Odbaya of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Tommy Macias of Sweden. The number 3 seed is Artur Margelidon of Canada. And the number 4 seed is Denis Yatsev of Russia.
Yatsev, I really like. Again, I think he's got great judo. Masia, I think, for me, has got to be the stronger, based on performances and how he's developing throughout this year. He's had some really good matches and has been very impressive. But again, also within that Pool C, you've got once more the brother, Ugavari, who's again another strong competitor on home ground, who will be wanting to impress the home crowd here today, and someone that you can't write off. Esposito of Italy, for me, is a nice judo player. I like him. He's a good lad, and he's capable of doing so much. But when you've got 57 competing in this weight category, and a lineup of maybe about 15 athletes like Kanovitz of Ukraine, and players like that have got real quality judo, but such fight, and they've got real track record of performances, it's really anybody's game out here.
Well, we're going to find out exactly where the medals are going to go. We're going to begin by taking a look at the contest on mat number 3. The first of which features Christopher Wagner of Austria. He's up against Matix Andras of Hungary. It's Wagner in the white judogi, Matix in blue. First round of the under 73 kilo category. As usual, you can choose whichever mat you want to watch, just by clicking on 1, 2, 3 or 4. And if you click on the commentated channel, well then you'll stay with Loretta Cusack-Doyle and myself. I say myself, for the time being, we're expecting Anthony Corelli to come and sit in with us. He did turn up yesterday, but we'd already got well underway by then, so we gave him a bit of a break.
It'll be interesting to have him join us later on.
Yeah. Not sure what Matix picked up that Shido for, but it was in the first
very
10, 15
early,
seconds,
wasn't it?
yeah.
Very,
maybe
very
a gripping
early.
infringement. Couldn't have been passivity.
No. Well, he's in a little bit of trouble here, as Wagner, as you can see, is now tying up the head quite nicely as he works that leg out and tries to get past the legs, but he wasn't very successful there. He did a lot of work, but Matic did well to control that.
Expect a few more bodies in today. The weekend. It's raining as well, so they may draw a few people inside. It's been beautiful and sunny, hot here in Budapest. Might get a few more bodies in today.
It's always a very popular day 2, isn't it? The middleweights. And they've got quite a few strong competitors for Hungary participating today, so all hoping for a place on that podium. Lovely Tai Toshi, beautifully done, and scoring a Wazari. So Wagner now in a good, comfortable lead with 2.5 minutes, but still a long way to go in this contest. Matic under a bit of pressure there, but tries to work in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity to gain in there, but sadly not enough time, and to be a bit more sharper down there.
He's a good boy, Wagner. Christopher Wagner. Nice judo.
Both opting for that lapel grip. Wagner in the inside, which makes it a little bit more of an advantage for him to skip through. Trying to open his opponent over. He's got that Tai Toshi that we know, and we've seen the score coming from that. Trying to, from the lapel, get that sleeve, and he's succeeded there and now has to use it. Lovely Ashiwaza, stumbling his opponent down into the ground, turning him over. Now Matic once more finding himself on the receiving end in the Niwaza, in the very same position we found him earlier on, where he did well to hang on, but will he have another second chance at that? But Wagner tying up the head, not as well as he did the first time, but secures it now, gets past the legs, but Matic still hanging on to that leg. Oh, it just looks like it's just a matter of time. The Tati Shiogatami is on now. Can he? Oh, he's got the leg once more. Still working away, still got that upper body control, but that leg being caught up. He's done very well. Andreas Matic under a lot of pressure now. With half a minute remaining. Wazari down, he's got it all to do now.
Looks quite young, doesn't he, Matix?
Yes.
Mind you, so does Wagner.
It was a desperate attack there. In the last seconds of this contest, it's Christopher Wagner that will go through to the next round. He
did that without picking up a single penalty, Wagner.
And it's a good start for him, and that will build his confidence. No ends, but Gambatar is going to be his next match, so that will be very challenging indeed against the world champion.
Right, coming up next, Kenneth Henneveld of the Netherlands faces Nuno Saraiva of Portugal. It's Henneveld in the white judogi, Saraiva in blue.
Well, the Netherlands have got some young athletes coming through quite nicely, and this young lad, some good performances in previous competitions. Saraiva advancing on to his opponent, trying to desperately to get two hands there. He's got the lapel, he still needs to secure the sleeve grip that he's hunting for at this moment. Henneveld controlling quite nicely on the left hand on the lapel, slightly blocking his opponent.
Yeah, you know, you were talking about the Dutch and the way they've got a lot of young players developing. I'm not saying that there's a secret, but they seem to be able to have this whole pool of players that they can draw from, either as cadets or
Yes.
juniors, and then one or two of them will make it, you know, in the senior circuit. But it's kind of a disproportionate number. You get this huge group as cadets and juniors, and then you get a few who make it at the top, whereas someone like, say, GB doesn't have anywhere near that kind of volume of cadets and juniors, and we still get a few who come out.
I think when you base your success on, though, you base it on your Olympic success, isn't there? And obviously they produce some Olympic champions in their time, and this puts them on that pedestal, doesn't it, of being able to reach the pinnacle.
No, you're right.
And that's an Olympic gold medal, and that's one thing like Great Britain hasn't actually got, is that Olympic gold. Where there's quite a few even of smaller nations like Slovenia and countries like that, Italy, that are small, Kosovo, that have got Olympic champions.
Yeah, very true.
Well, Henneveld there is doing really well, but he's got two shidos now. That's a lot of pressure on some young shoulders as he's working away in the Niwaza with 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. The Portuguese defending quite nicely, doesn't seem to be too phased. The fact that Henneveld is punishing him down in the ground, but the second shido now has been awarded to the Portuguese, so it's 2 apiece with just over 1 minute remaining in this first round. Saraiva of Portugal come there with a bit of a switch of direction, showing a forward attack, switching for the Kosota. Henneveld around the back with that left hand, trying to control his opponent from coming forward too much, and stumbles him forward with an attempt of a Taetoshi. Well, Sanieva now starting to look a little bit frustrated as Hanneveld drops to his knees, a little bit out of control, but I think this is going to give him the third and final Shido and the Hansokumaki. A very poor attempt there, and this most probably cost him a place in the second round.
Which way do you think it's going to go?
I think the Portuguese will take the win. It was that drop that didn't have any rotation, didn't have any movement to it. He was under a bit of pressure with the grip of the Portuguese, and he just dropped in front of him. So sadly, it was a very valuable lesson to learn, but obviously doesn't give him an opportunity to continue for the day.
And as Loretta is pointing out, you've come all this way, you've done your preparation, you get a good draw, because that's an opponent that he should have been able to get past, and 3 errors, puts you out, especially the last one. That last one, you've got your 2 warnings already. You can't afford anything. Right, here we go. Iyal Yunus of Jordan faces Emmanuel Nati of Ghana. It's Yunus in the white judogi, Nati in blue. One more roll of the dice for...
Oh, it's a nice start for Nati.
Well, Yunus is not the first person to be absolutely clattered by Nati, and I'm talking about absolutely high quality class fighters who've gone over to Emmanuel Nati.
Especially with that Cianagi, it's normally very sharp, and you go, it's so upright, it's very powerful when he can connect. Yunus a little bit better prepared for the Cianagi on the second attempt. But a bit of a wake-up call for him in the early seconds of this contest, though.
He was really airborne, wasn't he?
The thing is, Nati, he's got nice judo. The Cianagi is good, but he just doesn't have that little finish to it at the end. He sometimes misses that, even though it's so powerful, so upright. It's textbook style in his entry, but the finishing lets him down. He tends to have his legs crossed as he's trying to rotate his own body around it. I think that's where he's making the mistake. Well, he's got the right hand on the lapel. He's hovering around that hand, is swinging there, giving a little bit of a message saying, here I come with the Cianagi once more. So maybe he has to adapt slightly, because Yunus is obviously prepared for that. Nati looking for a counter off Yunus, but it was through a mate situation, so that wouldn't have counted. So Nati with a Wazari lead. This is good for him with 2.5 minutes to go, but still a long way off.
I'll say about the beautiful Cianagi and the fact that Yunus wasn't the first person to go aerial from one of Nati's attacks. It was most famously he threw Kim Jae-bum for Ippon at the World Championships in Cairo back in 2005, so it's a long time ago, but he absolutely flattened him. It was a shocker, just like that.
Yeah.
Came out, Kim was all nice and calm, bang,
the thing
over
is
he went.
Yeah, and when you're so relaxed with someone who's got a Cianagi that is so upright and so powerful in its execution, it's a recipe for disaster.
And the thing that I remember about it, apart from, someone of that quality, Kim Jae-bum going over to a relatively unknown Emmanuel Nati, was that the Korean coach was standing up screaming Wazari.
Because he knew he would come back. But Kosota, it goes very, very high there. Oh, he left himself hovering around. Yep. Yunus really, he was given that. That was like his Christmas and his birthday presents all wrapped up in one. Nati is sitting there, he is amazed at what's just happened, but he clambered on top of him. He was literally climbing with both legs off the ground. What would he have expected? There you have it. It's so high. He's hovering on literally a toe now, no feet whatsoever. totally out of control.
Well, Nati gets involved in it. He decides, hey, I'm going to give this a go. You know, I think I might be able to take him here. He doesn't come off that. He doesn't take the opportunity when it first breaks down of saying, okay, I'll leave that. You know, I'm Wazari up here.
Yeah, and I don't think in this particular stage, both Nati's got the arms over the top.
Yeah.
Yunus has got his arms underneath, getting much more of a leverage. And for Nati to get any score from there, he had to bear down and bend the knees. He didn't. He was so upright, he was so rigid that it was giving more ammunition for the Jordan.
Right. Marcello Contini of Brazil faces Giovanni Esposito of Italy. It's Contini in the white judogi, Esposito in blue. This should, as Loretta likes to say, be a humdinger.
A real humdinger. Oh, Contini. An Ochigari attempt there from Esposito. An up-and-coming young lad, cadet world champion back in 2014. Shows so much potential for the Italian judo team coming through. This young man shows so much enthusiasm and technical expertise at such a young age. Well, picking up the first Shido though, the Italian now trails with that one Shido with 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Won't make much of an effect with a score, but at the end of the day, it changes the dynamics slightly. He starts accumulating these Shidos, then he's under a lot of pressure, especially against an experienced and technically sound athlete as Contini is. Contini picked up a gold medal in the Cancun Grand Prix last year, along with a silver medal in Ekaterinburg Grand Slam, and so he's very familiar to being on that podium at very tough level of tournament. Esposito there with the Oso Tagari, stumbling his opponent over. Overstretched him slightly, a little bit dangerous, but this is what brings so much excitement to this young Italian, that he takes slight risks. He does give it, he's all out there. Very poor attempt there with the Cianagi though, under a bit of pressure. Esposito Jr., still by age, took a gold medal in Berlin this year. Contini Trying desperately to look for something in the Niwaza. There doesn't seem to be too much on offer for him. Well, no score still with half a minute remaining. 1 Shido to 2. Esposito really now has some work to do, and he has to stay engaged in this contest, putting under the pressure of his opponent, but without making any further errors. 10 seconds remaining, and now we have a bit of a tie-up here with the legs looking for the Niwaza. The Brazilian finds himself a bit of a stalemate with 3 seconds to go. So this contest will go into golden score, I'm quite sure. And it'll be interesting, the Italian under that pressure, knowing that he cannot afford to make any silly errors here. Sumigaeshi attempt there. Good opening attack for the Italian, but once more finds himself in a bit of a receiving end of the Niwaza. And the Brazilian backing off a little bit. Another attack from Esposito. Double attack on that Cianagi. Second one a little bit sharper than the first one, but again, not sure what's happening here in the Niwaza, but the legs are all tied up, but very little opportunity to gain anything. The second Shido goes to the Brazilian. This evens it up now. Either one of these athletes make a mistake and it's an early shower for them, and it's out of this tournament. Yosotti attempt there, he looked for it, the Italian. Once more again, another attack. Well, he's putting in some strong attacks there. He's been very busy, and this is no surprise for the Italians. They're very strong, good engine, very fit, and feisty out there when needed. High collar grip from the Brazilian. Esposito coming in for the Ouchigari off that high grip. Again, he gets that high collar grip. Esposito Sutemiwaza attempt there. Sumigaeshi. Now he finds himself on top, but there you have it, the roll. This is a dangerous situation for the Italian. He's got the head caught up there. Does he have the shimiwaza on? Well, it looks a very uncomfortable situation, but no execution of the shimiwaza. Cross grip, Ouchigari, oh, nice attack, following it through, a consistent movement. So close, if not a score. Possibly just slightly paused it on that Ouchi, but persevered with it. But I think here that we're looking at the Brazilian possibly taking up the third and final Shido. There's been a lot of work for Esposito in this golden score. He's taken control of this, and there you have it. The third and final Shido goes to the Brazilian, and the win goes to Esposito of Italy.
You may want to take a look and see what's happening down on mat number 1. The double Olympic bronze medalist and 3 times world champion Ebenuma Masashi of Japan is up against Pridon Jijani of Georgia. So let's go down to mat 1 and have a look and see what's happening down there. There's no score as yet. Ebenuma has picked up 2 penalties And we've got 2.5 minutes of the contest left to go.
Well, getting slightly frustrated out there. Now 1 to Tijani of Georgia, so 2-1 and 2 minutes remaining halfway through this contest. Ebenuma there on the receiving end of Sutemi Waza, and as you can see in the background, the Georgians at the back off their seats going absolutely bananas. Now this would be a real scalp for the Georgian if he could take this win. There you have it, a Wazari, and 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, and Ebenuma looking under a lot of pressure now.
He certainly is. Well, he's a notoriously slow starter anyway.
Oh, yes. Oh, that was a mate, though. The Marotti Sianagi. Oh, my goodness. Timing's everything. So, second Shiro, it's 2 apiece now. Tijani really cannot just hang on to that Wazari. He should continue. Oh, the Koichi scoring a Wazari.
Yeah.
Evens this all up. Well, Ebenuma really now starting to come alive, as we would say, on the first round. It's a very, very slow start.
It's all downhill now for Tijani, isn't it?
Tijani, I don't think he's really, unless he's capable of throwing, but I think we've had Ebenuma has had that little wake-up call, as we would say. 2 very strong attacks. The third one off Amate. So he's been very precise in every time he's entered, just a little bit shell-shocked at the beginning with the gripping style, and the aggressive approach to this round from the Georgian didn't really give him a good start.
He kind of blitzed him with action in the beginning, and it just slowed Ebenuma down. He picked up a couple of penalties, but once that initial wave had been thwarted,
yes,
he was back on, wasn't he, Ebenuma? And he's looked.
Tijani there with the Uchimata, but there
you
counter
go. End of
Wazari
story. Yeah.
and Epon.
Yeah.
Well, they had that moment of hope, didn't they, the Georgians, but Ebenuma showed all the class that he was by composing himself halfway through that contest and then started to warm up.
I like when they look over at the referee's table. What's he looking over for? You know, has someone done you something or not done you something? What was that about?
I think it's looking for extra help. When you know that you've got very little to sort of go by, and what you have is not enough, you're looking for any little bit of help you can get anywhere else. And but sadly, it wasn't going to be. The Koichigaki beautifully executed there.
I mean, he gave. If he wanted the referees to give him something, they gave him a Wazari and 2 penalties against Ebenuma. How much
right
more
at the beginning,
how much more do you want?
Yeah.
That was your lead. You were unable to keep it. Right, let's go to the adjoining mat number 2. This time it's... Who have we got coming on? Ungvari Miklos of Hungary. He's up against Lukas Reiter of Austria. It's Ungvari in the white judogi, Reiter in blue.
Well, obviously a very popular athlete from the Hungarian side, and you can hear the crowd are starting to warm up. When I say warm up, become very noisy. But Reiter is a good athlete. He's a strong competitor here in this field. Well, the Austrian has started off in a very positive way. He's definitely engaging with the more experienced Hungarian, especially on home soil. It's not an easy thing to do. Very tough draw for the Austrian. The advances forward, he's got that long reach. Ungvari approaches with that left hand on the lapel. Overstretches himself slightly because doesn't seem to be able to connect as well as he would be hoping for. The Austrian also trying to get the left hand on the lapel, but opts for the right side. Again, trying desperately both of them to secure the sleeve grip. Head to head, bit of a clash there, and slowing down the movements. Reiter, as you can see, using that right leg, not very effectively, but bouncing away with that one leg touching Ungvari's leg, but he gets slightly frustrated with himself and now finds himself on the receiving end of two Shidos. Even more extra pressure. He clambers over his opponent. He tries to get that right arm over the top, drawing the head down of the Austrian, but he's not succeeding as well as he would hope for. Chasing, Reiter being drawn to his knees. The Austrians are normally quite clever in the Niwaza, but Ungvari wanting to stay up in the tachi wasn't going to mess around in the Niwaza at all. Ungvari really has to stay busy, has to be engaged in no more mistakes to be made now for the Hungarian. Otherwise the hopeful for the Hungarian team will be out in the first round. Miklos really under a bit of pressure now. He engages once more. The Taitoshi, the very low Taitoshi we've seen so many times. It's very effective, scoring a Wazari, and the timing just nice with just over a minute remaining. Well, that extra little bit of pressure on the Austrian has paid off, and now finds himself that he can settle slightly, but not too much, because two Shidos on the board, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki, so he cannot afford to take his foot off the pedal. He has to really keep going. Ungvari trying to once more clamber that arm over the top, draw the Austrian's head down. Reiter looking a little bit apprehensive now, backpedaling slightly, hasn't really put many. There's the Koichi, he attacked the ankle, didn't get the score, but there's the second Shido goes to Reiter now, and he has to now stop putting in one or two attacks. Otherwise, Ungvari, as you can see now, building up in the confidence in this contest. He knows that he still has that Shido that he has to be careful of not to produce, otherwise it's a disqualification. But he's doing the right sort of work out there. He's looking very busy without actually having to do too much. He takes the win, and for some reason I felt that Reiter looked at the scoreboard and most probably thought that that score was on his side. He looked a bit surprised there. Don't know why, but there you have it, the Taitoshi.
Or maybe he didn't think it was Wazari.
Yeah, don't know. Looking at this angle,
I'm with Loretta.
I wouldn't have thought it was
I'm with Reiter. I'd have looked up at the scoreboard afterwards thinking,
where did the Wazari
come from?
He landed on his knee, landed on the point of his shoulder, but he didn't actually rotate him. But obviously we're looking at a different angle there, so there might have been a little bit more of a continuation on that move.
And we can't see the other side.
The referee had
and
the
the
better.
referee was on that side.
He had the better.
We got to go with him. Right, we're going to have a look to see what is coming up next and whether we're going to stay here or go down to mat number 3, I think, because there's a golden score going on there between Martin Hojak of Slovenia. He's up against Michal Bartusek of Poland. So whomsoever scores here wins.
Well, that was a close one there. Hojak on the turning in there, looking a little bit out of puff there, as you can see. He's breathing very heavily, the Polish.
So that's what's happening. Sorry, that's what's happening on mat number 3. However, we're going to go down and get the whole of the contest down on mat number 4. Sorry about that, Loretta. It is Zabeda Rekviashvili of Georgia. He faces Elmar Zuc of Romania. Rekviashvili in the white judogi, Zuc in blue. I'm sure that's a Hungarian name. I'll ask.
It does, yes, it looks like it, doesn't it?
We've got one of our staff with that name. I shall ask someone. Oops.
Well, it looks a bit of a hamstring pull there.
Yeah.
Looks very uncomfortable. Now the problem is here is this is an early stage of qualifications for the Olympic Games. The last thing you want is a pulled hamstring, but you don't want it being a torn hamstring, because you're talking about a long period of time of rehabilitation. And with the World Championships coming up, and he's not going to risk it.
Yeah, no, that's the right thing. Let him help him off.
Yeah.
Don't get involved in that. You know, anything that's happening during the contest, you stop. But if he's going to give him a hand to help him off, why would you want to stop that?
Mm.
Sometimes they can go over the top.
Well, now we have in the 81 kilos the first round, staying with this weight category, and Ivanov in the white from Bulgaria, and he's up against from Zambia Kazwanga in the blue. And the winner of this will meet Rekviashvili of Georgia, who we've just seen. Well, you can see the Zambian really on the side skip, a little bit loose there, and just slight pressure. Ivanov controlling quite nicely the upper part of the body, taking a stronger kumikata. The Zambian, quite a feisty character out there, Almost caught there with the Tayatoshi though. But moves quite well, looks strong. But once more tends to ride these techniques. He was riding the Tayatoshi, he was riding the Seoinage, and he has to be very, very careful here, the Zambian. An attempt there of a Seoinage, just left himself a little bit too loose there. Kazwanga now picks up the second Shido under a lot more pressure now. With one more Shido would result in the hand Sokimaki, the disqualification. But the Zambians are very strong, fit athletes. Put a lot of work and time into the judo. And this young man is very determined out here to get past the first round. It's an absolute delight working with the academy, but sadly he knows he's made a terrible error there and lost control when he entered for the Seoinage. He picked up the third and final Shido in the hand Sokimaki, but sadly for Kazwanga, it isn't going to be a second round for him in this tournament, but a lot of experience has been gained, and they will work on that. The Zambians do extremely well. It was an absolute delight to be over there a few months ago, working with some of their coaches and potential coaches, and they've got a nice system going and a lot of support from their government within judo. So we will see things progressing quite nicely with Zambia in the future. Guilherme here of Brazil in the white. Ikolodi of Hungary in the blue. And Ivanov will meet up with the Georgian Rekivashvili in the next round, so that will be an interesting, much more challenging match for him. But we're here in the bottom half of Pool D in the 81 kilos, and this is Guilherme of Brazil in the white, Ikolodi of Hungary in blue. Well, a battle and a half is going on between both these athletes. 2 shidos to 1 though. Neither closer to getting that ultimate score that will secure their place across into the second round. Oh, a lovely Uchimata there, and the Hungarian just walked on that, and he knew that. Galero goes through to the next round, and we'll be looking forward to seeing him progress in the next stages. Nice technique there. Well timed, stepped in. The Uchimata, he's slightly bent, but still, the upper body control was nice, and he got that rotation just perfectly. We'll go across to mat number 1. We'll watch the 81s Equidze in the white and Palati of Italy in the blue. Well, Equidze from Portugal has this year already done extremely well, picking up medals. Most of the events that he's taken part in: Tbilisi, a silver medal; in Zagreb, a bronze; and Agadir, also a bronze medal. Strong contender, not one of the top seeds, but still someone to watch. There's a score now for Palati. 2 shidos though he's got. That's still in the danger zone for my books. Not a nice position to be in. Any mistakes that he makes from that Wazari could be just thrown out the window. Not the Portuguese now really has some work to do. He's not made it easy for himself. One and a half minutes remaining, and Italy stays in the lead. And doing enough work not to, but here we have some bit of a dangerous situation. As you can see, the Portuguese had that arm all tied up, and he was going for the Osakomi, trying to get that leverage on there, and it was so close. He drops underneath, put himself in a very dangerous situation. Palati capitalized on that, reacted well, where you could see the leg in the inside with the Ouchigari scoring the Wazari, which has given him that lead. But the Uchimata there, another quality technique coming from the Italian and going through to the second round. Equidze obviously totally frustrated with himself there. And sadly for Quidsi, an earlier exit from this tournament, which is a little bit unusual for the Portuguese. Obviously needs to now have a little bit of a rest. He's where he's Tbilisi, where he said silver medal, and then Zagreb last a couple of weeks ago, where he took a bronze medal, and he's performed really well. Today it just wasn't going to be his day. The Italian doing extremely well, taking his place firmly in the second round. So it'll be interesting to see how this young man, who was junior bronze medalist last year, definitely a young man that's up and coming for the Brazilian team, and showing all the class of being a junior world medalist here today. He'll be up against Guilherme of Brazil, another nice technician, and that will be an interesting match indeed to see how he gets on. Oh, sorry, it won't be. It'll be the winner of this round that Palati will be up against. Musil, the Czech Republic, in the white. Kohara of Japan in blue. Now this is the first round of the 81s in Pool D, where Palati will be watching very closely indeed of the outcome of this very match. And Kohara swiftly takes himself through with that beautiful technique, an ippon, where he'll be up against Palati in the next round. Now see that technique again. Already made light work of disposing of Musil. And here's the highlight of that. Tayatoshi looked as if he was going for the Osotogari, switched it. Tayatoshi ippon called high collar. Reaction from Musil. Switched the technique. And Kohara executing the Tsuyotoshi as that knee went down. And now we have Mercedo of Brazil in the white, Visan of Romania in the white, and Mercedo of Brazil in blue. And still in with the 81 kilos, first round. Visan rotating his opponent over there. The Brazilian not looking too phased by the situation he finds himself in. Obviously doesn't feel very threatened in that area at this moment. But Visan from Romania in Lima Pan American Open was a bronze medalist last year.
He may have bumped into Machado out there. That's his area, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
You know, Pan America. You never know which Brazilians are going to get sent there. Machado just showing his willingness to get involved on the ground. No surprise with the Brazilians.
Oh yeah, the Brazilians are very clever in their niwaza. In general, they've got some very nice judokas. The beautiful judo move quite nicely. Comes in for the Osotogari. Was trying to counter it then.
What we got after this? Just looking around the mat. Ungvari Attila on mat 2 coming up shortly. Another.
Yes, that's going to be a good match.
That might be worth having a look at. Ungvari, the second of the Ungvari brothers. We saw Miklos earlier on, didn't we?
Yes, following him, and also you've got this young lad. We've got the young lady coming up on mat number 1 as well. A little bit, Cabana, Perez, and Vermeer.
Oh yes, Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands. Yeah,
That'll
that's
be
in
a
3
nice,
fights
that'll
time
be
on
a
mat
really
1.
nice, interesting match coming up.
In the under 63
so we've got some
kilo
few
category,
matches that are going to be very interesting indeed. Some very tight. Del Popolo he's representing the USA on mat number 3. So
he trails by Wazari against Jakub Jemenek of the Czech Republic.
Jemenek is a nice judo player. He's got wonderful skills.
16 seconds left in that one. That doesn't look good for Del Popolo. Now I'm going to be leaving you shortly, and you're going to be joined by Anthony Corelli. You'll have the pleasure of Anthony's company from now on, Loretta.
As Charlotte was saying, Anthony Corelli will be joining us quite shortly, and it'll be interesting to meet him for the first time. So I'm sure we're in for a real treat. Well, Machado now in the driving seat here with Wazari on the board and just under a minute remaining in this contest. The Brazilian is looking more and more comfortable out there. Beautiful Tai Toshi, but that was just after the mate, so that doesn't count, but still 30 seconds remaining, and here we have it. The Machero looking more and more comfortable and has really settled in this first round. Started off a little bit slow and a little bit apprehensive, but as he warmed up, he's now showing the quality of judo we would have expected from him. Oh, good morning, Anthony. How are you?
Very good, thank you. My pleasure to be here.
Right. Have you managed to watch much this morning? Have there been any interesting bouts that you were keen to look and follow?
Yeah, it's a little bit of judo overload for me. I'm trying to keep an eye on everything that's going on.
It's difficult, isn't it? It's an amazing atmosphere, though, isn't it? It's a wonderful arena.
Yeah, the Hungarian audience is electrified, and sometimes you see a little bit of action in the corner of your eye, and you look over to see what you're seeing. Someone's foot fly through the air, and someone call Ippon.
Well, we've seen quite a lot of action yesterday like that, where there was the big high throwers that didn't just get the final finish at the end. So there was like a Wazari. Even the referee had the hand up going for Ippon, as if to say you couldn't get any better than that. But just that little twist at the end brought it either to no score or a Wazari downgraded. So there were some real high moments and very low ones for some of the athletes.
Yeah, it always impresses me, the acrobatic ability of some of the fighters to spin out with an inch or two left, and they're able to rotate to take off the opponent.
The aerial awareness for some of them is quite scary, how they're able to adapt and spin out of what looks to be the ultimate score, and they manage to do well to escape.
I'm really impressed with the very intense gripping that we see too. Nobody is settling for anything other than the perfect grip that they're comfortable with.
That's true.
And I just think of my own fingernails that would have been ripped off in that particular scenario.
Well, we have Medola of Spain here and goes in on mat number 1. This is still with the first round of the 81 kilos. And this is a really tough. 59 athletes participating in this weight category, and the lineup we
59.
have, the quality of athletes that are here today, and it's going to be a tough competition for these guys.
Yeah, it always impresses me. I mean, these guys look very big for 81 kilos. Obviously, they're cutting down, and there's very little fat on anybody, but when I walked in, I thought they were like 90, 95 kilo guys.
Oh, they're enormous. You get caught in a lift with one of them. I just felt an absolute munchkin. They are very, very big, but they're very athletic as well. I think long gone the days that you get an athlete on a world circuit tour now that looks out of condition.
Yeah, and this particular weight is very interesting because you have almost the power of a complete heavyweight. They're so strong, and you still have that dexterity of a 60-kilo fighter. So this is the sweet spot, I think, with that kind of perfect athlete, so to speak.
Well, it is a real battle of the Kumikata here. The gripping skills, the drawing each other in, trying to get that ultimate throw. The Sutemi was the attack, the sacrificing down into the ground. But look, you can see it's just a lure into the ground to try and rotate him over to finish it in the Niwaza. But it looks like the Shimiwaza, the choke is there. And the referee having a really good look at that because it did look very uncomfortable there for Goes.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is say mate, and all of a sudden there's a tap a split second later.
That would be your ultimate mistake, wouldn't it, as a referee?
Yeah, I see a lot of there's a lot of trending with that tricep armpit grip actually.
Coming round the back, and it's like a wrap over. And when they actually attack, they go down into the Niwaza, but they've already wrapped the arm over, so all it is a matter of the legs coming in and getting the spin on it. So it's a really tight grip. It's dangerous as well. You have to be gutsy enough to use it. For me, as a former athlete, I wouldn't have wanted to get that close and personal. Being short as well, it would have been very, very difficult. And someone slightly taller would get much more of a leverage up onto the toes, which as a judoka, you really don't want to be that high up on your toes.
Yeah. I like trying to identify some of the trends that we see. I find some of the ashiwaza, what they're doing is they're putting their foot and they're gluing their foot. And as the person steps away, they're staying with it and tripping them up.
The Japanese are very, very clever at
very good at that.
They use their feet like another set of hands.
Yeah.
And they cup the heels. And we saw a couple of contests yesterday that were very much like that. Feet were like hands. They were like grappling away. Even in the Niwaza, they were still using their feet like hands, gripping away. Very, very skillful. And here you get it once more, trying to use the feet to come through.
Yep.
And Goes really once more under a lot of pressure here. Done well to get out of that. I thought that was all over and done with there. Spaniard seems to have the upper hand here in this contest so far. He's dominated with the grips, and in his Niwaza he's very sharp in the transition down into the ground.
Yeah, very dangerous. He just feels that everything he does is very threatening.
Well, that was a bit of a desperate attack there. It wasn't as sharp as we've seen in previous movements, but I think it's more of a ploy to get him back into the Niwaza, isn't it?
I think so.
So we're now into the golden score. So only a Shido piece. That there's no divide. They're very, very evenly matched. But I think just the edge goes to the Spaniard. He just seems to be a little bit more of an all-rounder from the Tachiwaza into the transition of Niwaza, and he threatens quite a bit. And sadly for the Hungarian, he's been under a bit of pressure so far in front of the home crowd.
Oh, there it is.
And that pressure just showed. He got hooked in with the Koji, and his reaction was a poor judgment as he tried to get the counter, lifting for the Uranagi, but it was already going for the Koji.
Yeah, it's interesting when that's that. And I'm fascinated with the left hand versus right hand dynamics, and that often happens.
Yeah.
There seems to be a disproportionate number of left-handed fighters here, unless it's just because they have success.
Yeah, well, years ago when I was competing left-handed, I was an unusual one for being left-handed, and you found that a lot of the Japanese were left-handed, and those are the ones that you used to think were more dominant within. But now we're getting the athletes are starting to adapt both left and right. Whether they're more prominent to the right or left, they seem to go both. Ambidextrous, they tend to work from, if they've got one strong Seoinage, they will work with it, with getting a reaction to switch it to the right Seoinage, so that they can complement the techniques. So no, they're well evenly matched, and for athletes it's so important. Years ago you used to see an overdevelopment. You could tell a left-hander to a right-hander because of the development. It was so one-sided.
In the body?
In the body,
oh,
because
wow.
of the overworking of either the left or the right. But now it's very difficult. Even their stances. A left-hander will not lead with the left foot. They'll tend to lead with the right, just so that they can get more pull with the right hand and throw the left.
Yeah.
And then bring that left through. So it just throws an athlete knowing whether they're right or left. They're very clever now. They're much more switched on.
Yeah, I started training my athletes both left hand and right hand. My sensei took his youngest son and trained him left from day one. He's naturally a right-handed fighter.
Yeah.
And then, he ended up having both sides quite strong.
Well, here we're coming up to the 63 kilos, one of the first matches we've seen for this weight category. Cabana Perez of Spain in the white, and Vermeer Sana of the Netherlands. Now, this is a young lady that's coming through. She's picked up some really good results as a cadet and junior world medals, and obviously great hopeful for the Dutch team.
And another thing she did to kind of go with what we were talking about, she started off with looked like a double lapel grip,
yes.
And now all of a sudden both sides are open.
And can rotate both sides. She came in for a Makikomi there and stumbled her opponent down. Kind of a...
Is that like a Yoko Sankaku? No?
Vermeer now trying to work on the top, looking for an opportunity down there. As you can see, though, Spaniard quite tightly defended.
Yesterday I was Krista Deguchi. The other fighter stopped the Brazilian fighter stopped for a moment, and I guess she anticipated Mate, lifted her head, and
wasn't
got caught
it?
with
What
the
a
choke.
big mistake! It was a very for her. It was a very poor drop. She came on with the Seoinage, and she just paused, and within seconds it was it happened. I thought it was such a very junior mistake to make.
She'll never make that again.
Unless she thought there was a mate. I wasn't sure what she was thinking, because it was a very, very silly error to be made, unless she thought she'd heard mate and had stopped to come back up. But to leave herself exposed like that was a really, for me, it was a disappointment, because she's performed so well in the world circuit so far. She's had some great results, but she managed to come back and take that bronze medal, which for her was she's back on that podium. It makes her very consistent as well. So she's a good athlete to watch.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I said I'm going to be teaching that next Tuesday when I get back.
Yeah. Well, Cabana Perez still maintains that lead. We're just coming up to the last minute of this contest. Picks up a first Shido, though. Virma coming through with the hips, takes the leg across, nicely done.
Her left hand was really deep and that really far back. That is pure power.
Well, you've got down Ippon, but it was downgraded, and for the Dutch girl, she did extremely well, because to be called an Ippon, what happens? The athlete stops and they get up, and then it's downgraded to Wazari and you're carrying on. She knew she had secured the Osakomi, and she wasn't going to let that up until they can finalise what that score was, which a lot of maturity for such a young athlete.
Wow.
A real double stab at that, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's okay to have the referee tap you on the back and say mate and clarify. You're not going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Better safe than sorry.
You definitely stay there until they know that. And it was downgraded. It was downgraded to the Wazari, so the ippon came from the Osakomi.
I can't believe, look how far back her left arm is here. Just, wow.
Overstretching herself, isn't she? But what she did have was that back leg that was bracing her weight forward rather than leaving her balance back towards that shoulder.
Even for training, for physical training, it's important to, you know, to use the full range of motion when you're training something, so you have strength at every single part of the motion. Another Dutch fighter.
Poprochenko of Russia, very strong athlete, and Jager of the Netherlands. Well, they've got some depth in their judo, the Dutch girls, very tall, slim.
Is that pronounced Jager? Is that Jager?
Jager, yeah.
Yeah, she is ready.
She's very long-limbed, isn't she? Can be very dangerous, especially when she connects with that right hand over the top of the shoulder, and then the leg comes in for the uchimata. She has the Uchi-Uchimata combination. It's very clever.
Yeah, with
draws her opponent.
With those legs, they'll be well put to use. Very long, very strong.
Well, both picking up a Shido apiece now, and slightly changes the dynamics here. We've both got to start engaging a little bit more now. But good strong grip there from the Dutch girl, as you can see. She's got the high collar controlling quite nicely, but the Russian bears down on that arm to give her a little bit of a warning as she tries to secure the arm lock.
Yeah, her arms are so long that the Russian fighter had her lapel, and she was still able to grab almost behind her. Whoop.
Well, the Russian is struggling a little bit with that right high collar grip, and as you can see, she's trying so hard to break it off, but puts both hands on one side and picks up a second Shido. It was a silly error there to make, and now she's under a lot of pressure, the Russian is.
Oh, high collar and lapel combination.
Uchimata.
Whoops.
Just lost a bit of confidence in continuing with the rotation of the Uchimata, and she looked in a good position there, but obviously felt that there was too much resistance for a counter there. Oh, she looked there for the Osoto, trying to turn it into a Makikomi, but against that strong right hand, she's really struggling.
Yeah, again, even her right arm is really stretched out. It looks like she's losing a bit of power there in that particular position.
And when you're attempting, for the Russian, she's attempting the Sutemi wazas, and it's a lot of body, isn't it, to try and get these long arms and legs to move at the same time to get them over. She's not succeeding very well there. Slightly untidy, the Dutch girl, as she goes down now. She could be in a little bit of trouble here because the Russians are very clever in the Niwaza. Didn't get much of a chance there, but halfway through the contest now.
Yeah, her left leg is not quite under her in order to, balance. It's a strong angle.
She's got a very strong grip, hasn't she? So we've got quite a lineup of athletes coming up here, and to look at some of the other mats. So if there's any one that takes your eye, then we can swiftly go across when that comes. comes up. You've got...
I'm a little biased. I'm always looking for the Canadian fighters, of course.
Oh, you get in trouble for that.
Yeah, Antoine Bouchard's coming up on mat
Well,
one,
Bouchard is,
double deck.
yeah.
Ooh,
Well, yeah, well, there, Jaeger is starting to look a little bit tired now. She's not connecting with that right arm as well as she has done, and there it is now. That's better. She's got in very deep there, but Popogenko comes in with the Ouchigari. She bared down on what looked a very tired young lady from the Netherlands. She started to really flag there, and
there it is.
Awazari and the Niwaza to secure the Osakomi. She's not done so well at that, but still with half a minute remaining in this contest, Awazari up. She's in a really good position now, and she'll persevere in the Niwaza. Clock will tick away quite nicely for her. And
yeah, very smart of her to keep busy and burn up that clock. 19 seconds left.
well, Prokopenko, they did extremely well in coming back. She struggled right for it. It took her at least 3 minutes to sort of work that one out. That right arm had really caused her so many problems, and she really didn't have much to come back from. And all of a sudden, I think the condition of the Dutch girl was starting to weaken, and that arm wasn't as powerful.
Yeah, I was wondering if she was kind of figuring out some tactics or if it was just, conditioning.
I think conditioning, because we see once more this time she's able to get that arm. She's able to draw it back in. So there was a lot of pressure right from the beginning. She dominated for the first 3 minutes, the Dutch girl, but I think all that effort that she put in controlling, and it really was all about the grip, just took it out of her.
She just buckles her knee a little bit right there in her ankle twist. Wow.
She caught the back of the knee, didn't she, and just buckled the leg.
Switched from...
Well, she looked to do the Osotomaka Komi and then switched it to the inside for the Ouchigari. Nice combination and good reaction.
There it is. Ooh. Almost looked like an ankle injury there, too. That's a hard-fought victory, well earned.
It was definitely. She came back there.
The next contest is the second round for winner representing 3 years. In one category representing Russia, Denise Jackson. In one category representing Romania, Martin Jocha.
Denis Yartsev? Am I saying that?
Yartsev, yeah.
All right.
Yartsev and Sersia of Romania. You don't know whether it's a ch or a s. It's really difficult.
I'm going to have to learn to pronounce names a lot better. Marcel I got. That one's easy. It's Sersia, yeah.
Well, Artiev, a very strong athlete. Interesting. Chichia of Romania in the blue. This is the second round of the under 73s.
So both these gentlemen won their first round fight? Man,
well, Artiev had he had a bye in the first round, and
Sersia
there. He defeated the Australian, but again, 57 athletes.
Lord. Again, look at the size of these guys. 73 kilograms. They look huge.
Especially Artiev. He's a very tall lad for this weight category. Kosota attempt there. He's all over him. He's got a strong kumikata. That left hand on the lapel controlling quite nicely. And as you can see, the right leg hovering around, trying to stumble his opponent backwards.
A little bit. Again, he did the same thing you mentioned. He came in left and then had that big power overhand right grip. Really respecting each other's gripping power.
Well, it's a bit of a battle of the Shidos at this moment. The remaining with the two Shidos now, that really puts him under a lot of pressure. He's still halfway through the contest, 2 minutes to go. It's a long time out there. Artsiev is going to be at him all the time, tactically as well as technically.
Yeah, you wonder when they're having difficulty latching on like this, is that going to draw another penalty?
Well, this is it. And there you have it.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah. Chechia takes a third and final Shido. Hans Sokumaki and the win goes to Artsiev. Well, he really didn't have to do too much there, did he? He had a good, strong, controlling left grip, and he just added in one or two very good attacks without actually committing himself too much. And then the penalty started to flow.
Yeah, I find with the inability to break grips with two hands that the fighters have no choice but to be more finicky with what they're going to accept, and that can sometimes allow for this type of penalty. And here he is, Antoine Bouchard coming up versus Egypt, Mohamed. Okay.
Melendi.
Thank you. My pause was quite obvious, I guess.
Mohamed Melendi. Yes, and the Egyptians did very well yesterday. They
did yesterday,
yes,
yeah.
They got silver medals. Great performance, and took out the number one seed, Zantaraya. So
1994, I competed in the Junior Worlds in Cairo, Egypt, and they filled the arena with whatever seats.
I was there as a national coach for the women's British team.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
Nice.
I remember that. It was a great tournament.
And they filled the audience with the military and any empty seats, so it was a packed house, huge arena.
Well, Melendi, as you can see, really battling to get past Bouchard's grips. He seems quite a powerhouse, this Canadian.
It's funny, he looks like a miniature version of Nicholas Gill.
Yes. Well, he's got a good controlling sleeve grip. He's still managing to maintain that, but as you can see, Bouchard has got his right hand on that left sleeve, controlling it. It's frustrating the Egyptian quite a bit as he throws the left hand over deep onto the back, draws his opponent down onto his knees. He really is. He's quite powerful, but he looks as if he's got very strong posture.
Yeah, he stands straight up. He's in your face.
He's got that sleeve grip once more. Steps across for the Osota. Part of me thinks if he had that sleeve and had cupped the head, he would have most probably broke the balance a lot better on that Osota. But he looks quite comfortable out there, the Canadian. He's not really exerting himself too much, where the Egyptian seems to be chasing him. Cross grip there, has to use that. He's got the hand now on the belt, very deep with the Uchimata.
Immediately floats over for a Sankaku, who looks comfortable on the ground as well.
It does. His judo is actually flowing down there, isn't it? The Egyptian hangs on to that leg and doesn't seem to have much to come back into this contest with. He's not really had an opportunity as yet.
Yeah, Bouchard looks, I mean, he's up a Shido basically, but he's kind of looks a little more comfortable than he should be. He doesn't really have a registered score. Oh,
there's the second Shido,
one, yeah.
so goodness, that's now the pressure piled on. So Melendi really has to start doing something now. He has to start taking a bit more control. But he's up against that strong sleeve grip, is causing him so many problems.
I like that type of deep wraparound hooking koji.
The body language of the Canadian, the hands on the hips, is just taking it all in his stride, isn't he? He doesn't seem to have been challenged as much in this contest. Hooks again in for the Uchimata, hops through, yes! Oh, again, he just lost a little bit of control there.
The last
Melendi did well to get off that. I didn't think he would have managed that. I really didn't.
And that's very impressive rotation. He didn't seem to have that far
No,
grip either. The sleeve. Ooh, yikes.
Oh, Sianagi! Oh, goodness me!
Wow.
Well, Melendi pulls that out from thin air, I think. I don't know where that came from, but we didn't even see that coming. That was under the radar completely.
And I didn't want to say, you know, God forbid he's too relaxed and gets caught, and then all of a sudden it just happened.
And that's what he was. He seemed comfortable. He was always in the comfort zone, hands on the hip. He was just taking it in his stride. The Canadian really was. He was dominating it all the way.
Oh, it's Wazari.
Well, they've downgraded it to a Wazari, but 1:15. Melendi takes, but he's still got 2 Shidos on the board, so he cannot afford to take his foot off the gas. He really has to still keep engaging here. Bouchard now gets that right arm, that left arm over the top, draws his opponent down. Nice. Now he's got some nice bit of niwaza there. Catches the head.
Looks
Lovely
like
roll.
A head and arm type choke.
Oh,
there.
he's really controlled that nice. But can he get his leg out? That's the... And the...
That ate up some time.
Yeah, Bouchard realised that he wasn't going to... It's going to take too long and he needs that score back. He either needs a score or he needs...
He's really...
Melendi to make a mistake to get the third and final Shido.
Really moving forward now.
That's the thing, when you're starting to attack forward and run onto someone. He's got a very good Sianagi. He could run onto that Sianagi again. Oh, Bouchard really under a lot of pressure here, but Koichi, he's got the technical ability.
Oh,
yes!
He landed on that. It's a Wazari.
Well, this has just brought it up to action now. It's got very exciting. Again, he's tied. Oh, he's let the head slip out there.
Can he get that foot out in the last couple seconds?
Yes.
Oh, Saikomi, he called it.
Well, he's got out there.
Oh, he got out, okay.
So Tadashi Okatami was almost there, but again, he just lost the head control. Nice bit of judo. Great comeback.
He almost, it turned right back into him.
Yeah. I think it was that throw was accelerated to the fact that Melendi was trying to get the sacrifice as well as Uranagi. But he just, with his leg being hooked up, he stumbled backwards.
I wonder if that's something he was anticipating and waiting for.
That was nice. In fairness to the referee, he was on the opposite side. He couldn't really see the landing. Needed to be more around, but...
that was a case of a really nice, crisp follow-through.
Sutomi Waza attempt there. Following through, looking for the Niwaza. Well, Melendi still has the 2 Shidos. He cannot afford to make any mistakes here. He's ducked under. That's a penalty. He ducked under the arm of the Canadian. So that's the third and final Shido been awarded.
It looks like the referee has been made aware if he didn't catch it, but yeah, there it is.
And obviously Melendi really wasn't sure what that was all about, but he didn't realise that by ducking under, it is a penalty.
After all that hard work, something as simple as that.
So Bouchard, he definitely had to work for that match, didn't he, to take him into the third round, but he had definitely the technical expertise to be able to get him through, and he kept his composure, considering he was under a lot of pressure near the end, wasn't he?
Lesson learned without having to learn, without giving up.
That's it, yeah. So let's have a look at the board and see if there's any that. Where's mat number 3? Where we are, we could go across to mat number 2. We've got Mercias of Sweden, Tommy in white, and Raku of Romania in the blue. Mercias is one of the top seeds here. He's actually seeded number 2 in the under 73s.
Oh wow, yeah,
and finds himself now on the receiving end of some Niwaza and Wuzari down. Oh, so this is not looking good for the number 2 seed.
Tommy Macias. Yeah, sometimes you feel bad that somebody has to lose in that last fight with Bouchard. You know, too bad they both couldn't win.
Yes, yeah. Well, Bouchard, in fairness to him, he dominated it right from the word go. He looked comfortable, maybe just that little bit too comfortable, which gave him the wake-up call that he was very, very lucky that it was downgraded.
Ooh, going for an arm lock here.
Raikou trying to get past those legs, he's tying up, but he hasn't got the head control, which now he does, which is really important. You can go through all that effort of trying to get a leg out, but if you don't have the upper body control, it's just a waste of energy.
He's going to spin out at the end, yeah. I'm loving the emphasis on Newaza these days, though.
Yes, and the refereeing is so educated in the Newaza and what's capable of happening, and it makes it so much more exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, because before, you know, Tachiwaza and Newaza, and that transition point was kind of forgotten about. Now it's used a lot.
In a way, it can be an easier way to win a match if you've got good Newaza. A real all-rounder athlete is a very strong competitor. A lot of mistakes are made from top Tachiwaza athletes is because they've got that fear factor of going down into the Newaza, which what they're trying to do is no sooner they go down from a throw, they're trying to get back up, and as they get back up, they get caught with the fancy rolls, or like Deguchi we saw, the head coming up.
Yeah, ooh.
Oh, nice. Well, upon there, the Romanian Raku goes through to the third round and does that in style.
Yeah, he had Tommy's number here.
Well, yeah, definitely did. Made easy work of that match.
Wow.
What a throw. That
Interesting
was
throw.
Nice throw. Well, let's see what we have coming up.
I don't even know what this... It legs inside, but it's a modified Ogoshi or... Look at his legs. Wow, they're really spread apart.
Oof.
I find it interesting when fighters will take a couple throws and kind of mesh them together and make it their own.
Let's look at... Oh, we've just seen the Japanese who's just gone up. Well, we'll go to mat number 1. And this is Matthias Cassis of Belgium, a very young athlete coming through, but what results he's had this year on its own. And Gardazevic of Montenegro.
Gardazevic. I'm trying to get him. Gardazevic from Montenegro and Cassis from Belgium. Here they go. 81 kilograms again.
Yeah, this is a really good athlete, this young lad from Belgium.
Is it Matthias? Matthias?
Yes, Matthias. He was seeded number 3 in this.
Whoa. He's not wasting any time.
Oh, no, he's a junior world champion. And what targets? He medalled in The Hague. He seems to have medalled in most events that he's come out since a senior. Still junior by age.
He's still junior by age? Wow.
Yep. Yeah, world champion, junior world champion last year. And in Zagreb this year, silver, and Agadir also a silver medal. And
Zagreb, that was 2 weeks ago? Or?
a couple of weeks ago, yeah. Did very, very well. He's a great athlete. He's got some nice judo. For the Belgians, it's they've also got a European silver medalist and another athlete. So for that weight category, Belgium is very, very strong. So I'd imagine that competition between them, that rivalry, just makes them stronger at home.
Yeah, when your home mat is that stacked, everybody's going to get better. And I like the notion of people realizing that junior athletes can compete at the senior level. You don't have to wait till you reach that age.
Well, Kochi is European silver medalist, and I think he's down. He'll be coming up with Galero of Brazil on mat number 4 in the next round after Rekindishvili and Ivanov. So that'll be an interesting match. But here we are battling away in round 2 of the 8. Sianagi, beautifully done. Just lost a little bit of control as he went down. Good aerial awareness, though, from the Montenegrin.
Spun out on his head.
Spun well.
Yeah. Little breakdancing action. Yeah, he looks super strong. His posture is, I'm talking about Cassie.
He's upright and he's very well balanced, isn't he? His knees slightly bent, keeps his core very rigid. Got good, strong lapel grip there, as you could see with the right hand. Cross grips it, and then he's got that sort of movement. It's a 1-2, a right hand on the lapel, pulls it down, takes it with the left, and then works for the attack. So it's a good little sequence that he has going there to get the grip that he desires.
And again, immediately in the Newaza, flowing over. Can he get his foot out? It looks like he's about to get it out there.
He's tied up well. Just didn't tie up well enough. He had the arm trapped, but I think if he just had that head, it might have been a better secure move. But he seems to be dominating this match anyway, with Wazari on the board, 1.5 minutes. Gadizevic really struggling a little bit there. He's got one Shido on the board. Taking his time as he ties his belt up a little bit tighter there. It's really giving him time to compose himself and think what he's going to do next, because he's been on the receiving end so far.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to change gears here and try and match the pace that Kasi is setting. Oh, look at that.
Tominagi there, and straight for the transition he was looking there for. But that was what the classed as just dragging him down into the knee was. I just thought maybe a little bit harsh, that.
Yeah, I wonder how many Tomonagis these days are to actually throw the person or to bring him to Newaza.
Yeah, definitely. But just some are cleverer than others, aren't they, when they do that transition?
Yeah, theatrics are very important.
Oh, what a silly thing to do. He's now under 1 minute. He's got 2 Shidos. If he does that again, hopefully he's pulling down on that sleeve. He's been very negative.
That was a Tomonagi attempt. I don't think that was a Newaza
attempt. But you've still got 44 seconds to go. You've made 2 errors back to back within seconds apart. Why would you put yourself under that pressure?
Ooh.
And this could go all horribly wrong.
Well, they're letting it go for the time being. This is becoming quite the exciting fight. Gardasevich realizing he has an opportunity to win this here if he applies the pressure.
Well, that's it. He's defending, as you can see. He's pulling his opponent across his chest. He's hanging down on his opponent's right sleeve. Now, he's not actually even put an attack in yet.
No.
If he carries on like that, it's another Shido. There's the Osota. That might have rescued him for now.
He has 7 seconds.
Oh, gosh.
Whoop. Oh, he just got lucky there. Because Gardasevich made a little bit of a sloppy attack that bought some time for him. Wow.
That could have gone all horribly wrong for Cassie.
And that's the issue. He's leaning down on that right arm.
Yes, well, it's okay to do that. It's taking that arm, drawing it across your chest, leaning down on it, but then doing nothing with it.
Okay.
So that's a negative reaction that you have to engage with an attack. Gripping up and having good grips is one thing, but you have to use them.
Yeah.
And he wasn't using it. He was just drawing across his chest, bearing down and doing nothing. And the Tomonagi again was a Tomonagi to pull him down into the green to the Niwaza. It wasn't actually, it was like a false attack. It's very similar to a Seoinage where you just drop on the spot and don't get any lift or any rotation. Your arms are not working the same as your body. And that's a penalty as well. So made two very silly errors there and put himself under unnecessary. But then that's most probably the immaturity within him. He's a young lad that's coming through and is still making those silly errors.
Etienne Briand.
Vizicek here of Germany, world champion in the white, and he's up against the Canadian Briand. How would you pronounce? Briand.
It's a wonderful opportunity for Briand.
Well, Vizicek, he didn't actually get seeded in this competition. He's current world champion for at least another month anyway, and
he's not seeded.
And he wasn't seeded in this competition.
Wow. Yeah, there's obviously a Hungarian fighter on the mats, on mat 2.
Oh yeah, as soon as they arrive, the place erupts.
Yeah. It's interesting now with the Shidos. A lot of fighters know they have that little Shido cushion, but what they're doing by getting 2, if they're using that cushion, is really putting themselves in jeopardy.
Oh, definitely. If you've got 1, you can continue the flow of contest. When you've got 2, it changes the dynamics of the contest completely, because that's when the tactical side of your opponent comes into play, because then they know by just gripping up and having very strong kumikata and just putting a slight fake that attacks and being dominant could actually accumulate the 3rd and final Shido.
Yeah.
So it really is a dangerous situation to be in. However strong your opponent is or how weaker they are, 2 Shidos is really piling on that pressure for yourself.
Yeah. And you're also putting a little bit in the hands of the referees.
Oh, that's it. And in fairness with the referees, they're very, very strong, and the refereeing is at very high quality now. And they have the care system as well, so there's very little room for error now.
Yeah,
in
the
these
officiating
tournaments.
is fantastic.
Seoinage, continuation of that. Nice. Wazari scored and puts him in a comfortable lead here.
He tried to block it. He kind of delicately touched his side, but that's enough to score Wazari.
Yeah.
Wasn't the most dynamic, but satisfactory to say the least.
Well, he's trying up, desperate to tie that head up, but not quite sure at the angle. We can't really see clear what he's trying to go for. Jujikatami, maybe not the best option. You've got your leg caught up. You're not going to get the leverage that you want to execute the arm lock.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of having your knees clamped very tight, but with the leg caught up, it's impossible.
Knees in, elbow, and your heels tucked in under the shoulder blade.
"45 seconds left." That fight seemed to
just disappeared, didn't it?
Let's see what Mr. Briand can do with 30 seconds left. Ooh, watch that knee there. You'd think he'd be the aggressor here, but he's not. He's kind of being mauled a little bit. 15 seconds left.
Well, I'm on that sort of mindset. Well, if you've got nothing to lose and all to gain by just going out like a bat out of hell, you just go for it, don't you?
Go for it, yeah.
With some, they're still trying to size them up, and then they make silly mistakes like a drop or something like this that puts them in the Niwaza, and the seconds just tick away. Poor judgments that are made.
It looked like he, with 15 seconds left, was done.
Yes. Vizicek goes through to the third round, the current world champion. And sadly for Briand, out on the second round.
Does he still have an opportunity for the repechage?
No, he had to get into the next round,
wow.
quarterfinals, for a place in the repechage. Well, we'll go across to mat number 3. Where we've got Frank DeWitt, who is the number 1 seed in the 81 kilo category. Abdelala of Egypt, again another Egyptian. The lads are the Egyptian team that they brought across this weekend are very, very strong athletes. They're doing extremely well.
It seems like they've been consistently just getting better and better.
Yeah, they are definitely developing technically. They've always been a very strong, powerful nation, but skillfully now, and their judo is starting to sort of flow a little bit better.
I have yet to see a Dutch fighter that wasn't the taller of the two.
No, it's true. They seem to produce very tall athletes, don't they, the Dutch? Must be something in the air, that's all I can say.
Yeah, it was one of the World Cups. I think it was Holland versus Japan, and the height difference was almost comical. They were massive. Everyone seemed like they were 2 meters tall.
Yes, it's not fair really when you've only got little legs. Just seems that they're always in the front of the queue when they were handing legs out. Well, it's a battle of the kumikata here at the moment. Abdelala there with Aishido. Just slipped past the Tomonagi attempt from DeWitt. Himself in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation. That could have cost him quite dearly there.
In Canada, I have a large percentage of Egyptian students, actually.
Really?
Yeah, we had a large Egyptian influx after they had some political turmoil some years back, and they are stimulating our judo participation in Canada, so very grateful for that.
Well, Frank DeWitt really is not as the number.
Wow, what a turn.
Well, I thought that was going for the Ouchigari, but Frank DeWitt totally anticipated that move, was ready for him.
Watch his left foot. He was down to one toe. Look. Whoa, man. Oh, that was the wrong foot. Okay,
you saw it there with the left hand on the belt, gave him the leverage that he needed to finish that off. Whoa, that was beautiful. Beautifully executed.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to leave you for a short period, and joining you is Sheldon Franco-Druk. And so it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'll see you a little bit later.
Absolute, my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Anthony. How are you getting on? Well, it's not. It's only 20 past 11. It's still early, huh?
Yeah, it's afternoon somewhere.
Right, who we got? Adrian Gandia of Puerto Rico. He's up against Nikon Zaborozchuk of Moldova. If that's where you want to stay, there's a choice of 4 mats, remember. So if you at home want to go and see mat number 1, just click on 1, 2, 3 or 4. But if you want to stay with the commentated channel, just click on that little icon that looks like a microphone, and then you'll have the dulcet tones of Anthony Corelli and myself.
It's modified, looking at like a drop-down Kataguruma.
Mm-hmm.
How did you pronounce that last name for the Moldovan fighter?
Zaborozchuk.
Wow, you're good. You're good. Zaborozchuk.
Hey, I've probably butchered that. You know?
Well, I bought it, so.
João Macedo of Brazil is down on mat number 1. You want to watch that one. Sam van der Westender on mat 2 is up against local hero Miklos Ungvari. Maybe we'll see.
Ooh, wow.
Nice score. Uchimata left-sided.
Wow, look at that power.
Turned him. Just couldn't turn him into the Osai Waza on the other side. That would have been a real turn-up for the book.
As a Canadian, our first international opponents outside of the U.S. were the Puerto Ricans. I remember we went to the AMCAN tournament, and the Puerto Ricans were here, and always a strong showing. Very good judo. That's a Rosari score for Gandia.
It's a good lead with 2.5 minutes left to go. He had a chance to finish him off on the ground, but he got turned over, and he almost got turned into a hold himself. Again, he looks for that modified Kataguruma. It's a little sit down, almost like Yoko Otoshi, but he's got the top half. He just failed him a little bit.
Look how deep he put that leg immediately in there. I wonder if he's going to float over with the left leg for the arm lock here. Nope.
Not enough progression, so the referee called Mate Ungvari has won his contest in golden score on mat number 2. He goes into round 3. 3 rounds, a quarterfinal, semi-final, and then a final over there. So big group of fighters.
It's funny, I see a lot of the fighters always dropping down, but it's like they don't believe in their own strength, and they look so strong. And I think a lot of them, if they remain standing, would have a lot more bigger scores.
Some of them don't look fully committed to the effort either. It looks as though I better try something because I haven't attacked for 15 seconds. So I'll just drop in here where it's safe. And if I fail, all right, I can bail out.
Yeah, and I do understand that because some of the really big counters that we're seeing lately. Gandia's burning up the clock here quite nicely.
That's the way to do it. Got a score on the board and just make sure you don't pick up any penalties. That's key, really. If you can't come up with a second score, make sure you don't go out on penalties. He's penalty free at the moment with a minute left to go.
Wow, Gandia there went for an attack. It looked like he was actually grabbing the wrist as opposed to the judo gi.
Yeah, sometimes you get away with things like that. Referee doesn't see it. It happens very quickly or whatever. Unless you're eagle-eyed like Anthony, you may miss that. There was some debate earlier on about a bear hug where a fighter had grabbed his own wrist during the execution of the bear hug, and there was talk about whether that was illegal or not. As far as I'm concerned, there's no illegality about it, as long as it's not a direct attack. And he got attacked. During the attack, I think it was Emmanuel Nati that was attacking him. He decided he was all over him, so he put his arms around him, grabbed his own wrist and executed a perfectly legal throw. As far as I'm concerned, it was a good one.
Hey, look at that.
Hey.
Wow. Bottom right-hand corner.
You can see we've dispensed with the jackets this afternoon. It's very, very warm in here. Nice little Ashiwaza there.
He's going to have to do a little more than that, though. He has 17 seconds here to get a score on the board.
Gandia's going to take this one. And Zaborozchuk is not a bad boy. This is a good win for the Puerto Rican. And as you say, you know, they are there or thereabouts. You know, they're on the international scene, and it's a good win.
Whoa. I wouldn't have done that. Come on.
He's done well. Held on to the lead. Good score. Managed it. And in the end, what we were saying about he was penalty free with a minute left to go. He ended up picking up 2. So,
and that's the thing. When you get a lead early and you're trying to defend it, you know you have that cushion of 2 penalties.
yeah.
Then of course you're putting yourself in a little bit of jeopardy. But if you're good, if you can become good, and that's a skill you can work on, is managing those penalties.
Right, who've we got coming up next? We're lucky to have this screen in front of us that tells us who's coming up next. I don't think we're going to move from here because Sagimuki of Israel faces Abbas Azizov of Russia. That's normally a good matchup. The Russians don't send anyone out just for a holiday, so I don't really know Azizov at 81. It's incredible. If you look at the list of fighters at 81 kilos for Russia, there's so many good ones. Recently we had Ivan Nifontov. He was former world champion, Olympic bronze medalist, and they've got the current world champion at that weight, Hassan Kalmuzaev.
And they're both in the category today?
They're not. Neither of them are here.
Just in general.
Yeah, but those are sort of, you know, some of the names. I think the other one who's here, apart from Azizov, they have also sent Alan Kubetsov, who's absolutely terrific fighter.
Azizov versus Muki from Israel.
It's Muki in the white judogi, Azizov in blue. There's no one in the chair for Sagimuki. I'm not sure if they've got another fighter on somewhere else or whether he's had to change his gi, and as a result of that, yeah, he's wearing one of ours. Normally he would have his own name and ISR as the country code abbreviation on his back, but his gi must have failed our judogi control. They are really, really rigorous. They are tough, and if there's just, you know, anything untoward with it, maybe the sleeves are a little bit too short or there's not enough skirt or something, then they will fail that and they'll have to wear one of ours.
I'm actually glad you clarified that because I was wondering why I saw IJF on the back of some gis, and there you have it.
And what you do is when you fail judogi control, you lose the right to have the coach in your chair.
Oh, wow, okay, that explains why the coach is not in his chair also.
It's tough, eh? I mean, you know, that rule is rigorously enforced. Fail judogi control, no coach, and you wear one of our gis.
Wow. Is that a new rule?
It's been around for quite some time, and it was brought in an effort to combat the tapering and tailoring of gis. You know, you need material in order to get hold of a gi in order to carry out the techniques. What you don't is too much material, because then you can't get hold of your opponent. So you had, you know, fighters, unfortunately, you know, this is the age of competitive sport, who were playing with those rules. So we now have a special device that measures the thickness, the width, everything. Measures everything. And fail that, and you're out. Second penalty picked up by Azizov.
I was watching some older footage from the Seoul Olympics, and the judo gis were a lot smaller back then.
Yeah. A third penalty picked up by Azizov. And he's off. Now, that all has to do with the kind of tactics that Sagimuki was able to employ. He's on the circuit, he's a lot sharper, he's a lot fresher. Azizov, new to the, you know, competitive, international competitive arena, a little bit off the pace, picked up 3 penalties, and before he knew it, he was off. And Sagimuki quite cleverly engineered those situations for him to almost fall into. Clever fighter. Right, let's have a quick look at what's happening down on mat number 1 in round 2 of the under 63 kilo category. Magdalena Kasakova of Austria is up against Ljubljana Piovasana of Great Britain. It's Kasakova in the white judogi, Piovasana in blue. We're taking a look at this because this is the kind of stand-in for Catherine Unterwertsacher, if you like, the Austrian girl. She's standing in for a fighter from her own country who is higher ranked than she is. Nevertheless, she's the number 4 seed here.
Oh, wow. As a stand-in, that's quite impressive.
Well, it's a strange thing. The top 4 seeds in this weight category, apart from Martina Traidos, are all fighters who are the number 2 or 3 in their countries, but they're all seeded. So what you've got is this concentration of high-quality performers in these weights from these countries. Slovenia, Andrea Leszki, the number 1 seed, is the backup to the current Olympic champion Tina Tursteniak. So you've got 2 really top-draw competitors in that weight for that country, which is a really small country, Slovenia. You know, but they've got 2 high-quality fighters in that weight. And then I think the only other one that we haven't mentioned, Jules Fransen from the Netherlands. She's up there as well. She could reasonably be classed as the backup to one of her teammates.
Which makes sense. I mean, if you have that person, you know, in your, even in your home club at the national team, they're going to help elevate you as well.
Yeah, you've got your hands full in Canada with 2 or 3 in one weight in the under 57 kilo category. We saw them yesterday. They didn't come up against each other, but one of them made it to the podium. Krista Deguchi, she picked up a bronze medal, and then there was a 5th place for Jessica Klimke. But the 2 weeks previous in both Grand Prix had been gold and silver for Canada.
Yeah.
Wow. Chance here. Yeah, she's going to get the turn, I think.
Was there enough of a consistent flow to that?
She, you know, for me, there was enough there from the landing and then the pushover, but it could be considered as having stopped and then a push.
I think, personally, I think there's enough. Oh, they're going to maybe change
that.
that.
I think there was enough. Nope.
Oh, no.
He's going to say, let's get on with it.
Keep looking at Sir Piovesana's hair is quite fiery.
She is a fiery young lady. Ooh, almost with the...
Oh.
Yeah, that's going to go.
See, now that was a...
Yeah, just similar.
Again, yeah.
Similar, but there was an even better feeling about that one. If we felt good about the first one, then that definitely was a score there. Kosakova on the board with Rosario. A minute left to go. Piovesana's got to get herself going here now.
Yeah, the initial momentum stopped and then continued, but definitely to her back.
Yeah. Just trying to break that grip up and see if she can make something happen. But she wants to do this standing up now because she's running out of time. So Piovesana is the one who is unlikely to carry into the ground. Kosakova is the one who probably, you know, is not against having an attack that ends up with her on the ground, because she knows that Piovesana is not going to follow into groundwork, not with only 40 seconds left to go. Got to go now. Slightly lazy looking effort on the left side, didn't get anything going there.
Yeah, 32 seconds, you got to dig deep at this point. And she looks quite capable. I'm not sure if he's going for the belt and just not reaching it, or... I find when you grab just above the belt and you go for a hard attack, you're more likely to untuck the gi than actually control the person. Oh, ooh.
You'd already called Mate. 11 seconds left to go. She's shown to go over on the left side on a couple of occasions, and she could go round the back for the Tani Otoshi, because Kosakova is waiting for that left-sided attack. She's not in the best position there, and now she's too far away.
Wow.
Yeah, decided to go for the hip technique, but ran out of time.
I thought she was going to set up a strong fake and then go back with Tanya Toshi. I was kind of hoping for it.
Right, quick look round the mats to see who we've got and who's coming up. The number 1 seed in the under 63 kilo category is about to take to mat 3. Let's just have a look and see how much time is left on that mat 3 contest. Half a minute, and Bush leads. Let's go to mat number 3. It's in the under 81 kilo category.
Oh, Victor Bush, yeah.
Victor Bush of Sweden.
Adam Borshashvili.
Borshashvili.
From Austria.
I reckon that is a definite, a Georgian name.
Yeah, yeah.
But almost every country has got a Georgian fighting for them. Bush looks in a good position to take this one, and then we'll stay here to watch the number 1 seed in the under 63 kilo category, Andrea Leszki. She's coming up next against Kiyomi Watanabe of the Philippines.
And that is it. Victor Bush is going to walk away with this victory. I see on mat 4 coming up is Kalita Zupanzic. Somehow my eyes seem to scan and always detect the Maple Leafs.
Well, that's okay. That would be a good contest. It's so odd, isn't it? You travel, across the globe, and in your round 2 contest, it's her first fight. I think she had a bye in the first round. She comes up against her neighbour, Chantel Wright, of the United States of America.
Yeah. I'm sure they know each other quite well.
Pancic will be favourite for that one, with all due respect to Chantal. Right, let's have a look then. Andrea Leszki of Slovenia, the number 1 seed in the under 63 kilo category, with a chance to shine here in the absence of her high-flying teammate, the current Olympic champion, Tina Tursteniak. She's not here this weekend, so here's your chance, Andrea, and you can take it because you are the number 1 seed. Watanabe also had a bye into round 2.
So she's representing the Philippines.
Yeah, Japanese sounding name.
Watanabe is, very...
It's when they've got a different given name that you think, okay, maybe they're, if it's Jenny or something like that, then they tend to have moved there a long time ago and they're no longer, the full-on Japanese. But I think this is a case of her and a couple of other girls on the Philippines team, and a couple of the fellows who've moved over from Japan. Maybe the heat was too much in Japan and they decided to jump ship and try and represent someone else.
Wow. Really wants to get to Newaza quite badly. And here she goes for an arm lock. Look at that.
Yeah.
Can she... That looks pretty... She's in some danger here.
Just the turn now.
She just needs to get those fingers... We saw this earlier too. Oh, Mate, wow. She was in some real jeopardy there for a moment. Andrea.
Yeah, the referee is as close as you can get, and he's on top there, and he's decided to call Mate. Now, I happen to know Oliver De Roses, and he's not going to call it unless he's seen that Leszki's got something wrapped up that doesn't look as though it's moving, or else if there was any progression, he's going to let that go. So he's called Mate there because Leszki hasn't shown enough commitment to getting involved in the ground. If she'd gone to ground there, she wouldn't have picked up that penalty either.
If she continued into Newaza,
because she would have been attacking. So if you attack standing up or on the ground, then you're showing positive judo. You're not going to pick up a penalty for passivity. She should have followed her into ground. Her not attacking allowed the referee to look at what had happened in the previous 20 seconds, where she hadn't had a Tachiwaza attack, and say, you've been passive. But if she'd followed that last attack up onto the ground, first of all, he'd have had to have allowed the action. And having allowed the action, if she'd really made some progress on the ground, he'd have said, okay, that was a good attack. That counts as attack. You won't pick up the passivity penalty anyway. 2 minutes left to go. No score, just a single Shido against Leszki. But she goes down there, Watanabe.
And she's immediately into Newaza. Yeah. Is that Osek? Oh, she has her leg wrapped up.
Yeah. A simple little slip. She just managed to get the right foot there to tap for the Ashi, was it? And down went Watanabe. It was more of a slip, actually. Anyway, scores on the board.
Sometimes all you got to do is add that body language and make it look like you're doing something and you really actually are not, just taking advantage of a slip. That's the theatrics.
It's quite a strong pull. If she can get past Watanabe. There's Basinski, Catherine Beauchemin-Pinot from Canada, Maylen Del Toro Cavallal from Cuba, that would be a tough one, and Kostenko from Russia. So, and that's just in that group, it's not even in that half, so it's a tough one.
Oh man, nice fake forward, came back with some Ashiwaza.
And they gave the score.
Yeah, that was like a flash touch. And she immediately continued in the Newaza. I think she's very comfortable, Watanabe, on the ground.
Yeah, definitely. But they've taken that off.
Yeah.
Yeah. The landing for me, I wasn't convinced by the landing.
.54 seconds. She doesn't look tired at all, so she can maintain this pace, if not change gears and kick it up a notch. The elbow's too high.
Yeah.
She picked her up quite easily, too.
She looks comfortable, doesn't she? Leszki doesn't look as though she's under any pressure. Moves nice.
Her mouth is still closed. She's breathing through her nose. A lot left in the tank.
I suppose when your training partner is the Olympic champion, you can but hope that something's going to rub off there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, she picked up a penalty for just that overly defensive posture. She's closed up shop now. She decided she's not going to risk anything. So Temiwaza missed, and now the chance for an Asaiwaza for Leszki.
In the tactics department, because of the penalty she just got, I thought maybe coming on strong with some heavy gripping would be a chance to get that last penalty if you're not going to be able to throw her.
Exactly. I mean, that all comes into it. We don't like to go down that route, but it is a competitive sport, and in competitive sport you look for as many ways to win as possible, and if it's a tactical win, and even if you have to win on penalties, sometimes you take it. I mean, tell some people in the Football World Cup, you know, that who won on penalties, that it's not going to happen, and sometimes there's nothing left. You just have to say, okay, it's too close to call, we have to do this on penalties.
Victory at all costs.
Right, coming up next, Nadia Basinski of Germany faces Alicia Gales of the United States of America. It's Basinski in the white judogi, Gales in blue. I haven't seen Alicia before. I don't know where she's from.
It's an excellent opportunity to get some experience out here. This is a fantastic tournament.
Could be a few upsets on the adjoining mat on the left side. Ungvari Attila trails by Wazari, one of the Ungvari brothers, having a bit of a job on his hands. And then on mat number 4, the Olympic bronze medalist Laura Vargas Koch of Germany trails by Wazari with a minute and a half left to go. So problems for those two. One would normally favour Uchimata from Basinski.
Wow. Yeah. Wonderful extension on that leg. Did she get a score? Yep.
Yep, she did. Missed.
I like Alicia's demeanor. She looks tough, and she's in this, and she's not intimidated. Look at this extension of that leg. Wow.
She manages to get the support leg in a reasonable position, so it's good for the push, because she gets like a second push when she's giving the sweep, and she's in a good position, got foot well planted. Comes up with a score. There she goes again.
You're right, that support leg is in the right position. I find that is, you know, the maker or breaker of the successful technique is that support leg.
Yeah, if that's not close enough. Just needs to get that left foot around. That's what she's looking for.
Alicia quite scrappy. It makes for some entertaining judo, absolutely. Why is she getting it open?
picked up a penalty for passivity. It's a tricky one. I mean, for me, I don't like to see a penalty given after an athlete has attempted a kansetsu waza or a shimi waza.
Exactly.
Because had it been successful, then, you know, that would have been the end of the contest. So because they've attempted something that was valid and a valid attacking action, how can they then be considered passive?
Yeah.
You give somebody passivity because there's no valid attacking action. So for me, if you attempt to strangle somebody or arm lock them, that is a valid attacking action.
Yeah. Between Hajime and Mate, there was a valid attack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoop. Watch that arm. Yikes. Oh. Is that a score? She kind of landed on her side there.
He's not sure. He may want to have a look at that on the replay. Brzezinski got caught there.
So she looked like a kochi and drove. Yikes. That's
yeah.
Could be a score. No, they left it.
Well, we liked it. Gallas liked it. The coach liked it. The referee and the commission did not.
It's a good confidence booster for, you know, at the very least, to know that she can put it on her back.
Brzezinski got called for avoiding to take a grip there, and now Gallas is going to pick up a second penalty for ducking underneath.
Ducking under, yeah, it's immediate. I didn't realize it was so sensitive these days.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, she just missed the top half. The lunge with the leg, if that had hooked in and she'd kept the top half, then she would have caused problems.
Yeah, she lost that grip on the way in. There was nobody home, but that was a solid attack. She wasn't faking there. Still plenty of time here, 55 seconds. I really like her scrappy attitude. It kind of makes you want to cheer for her a little bit. Even though, of course, we're impartial.
Absolutely. I was called by one of my own colleagues the other day who had noticed that I'd been a little bit partisan to, well, I'd been against a particular fighter. It was embarrassing to be found out that way. Laura Vargas Koch lost her contest, by the way.
Ooh.
But Ungvari Attila has won his contest. Having been Wazari down, he's come back to score twice to take his contest on mat 2.
Yeah, I believe Kalita Zapanzik, she just won,
yeah, against Chantal Wright.
Osai Komi was up.
I saw Chantal training in China, working very hard.
In China?
Yeah, she was. We had a Grand Prix there.
Oh, yes.
And following the Grand Prix, she was at the training camp.
Hohot?
In Hohot, yeah. We're trying to go Chinese and call it Huhehauter.
Is that what it's?
That's the Chinese name,
oh
yeah.
Man, that's a lot more complicated.
I could go for the Hohot.
Yeah, Hohot.
Nadia Brzezinski wins out over a plucky effort from Alicia Gallas of the United States of America. We may stay here because Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada is coming up in her second round contest. Let's just have a look on our list here who it is that she's going to be up against. Maylin del Toro Caballal of Cuba. Why not?
I don't know how old Alicia is, but it looks like we'll be seeing her in the future for sure.
Yeah, if she's got youth on her side and a bit of staying power, why not? So round 2 contest in the under 63 kilo category. Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada faces Maylin del Toro Caballal of Cuba. It's Beauchemin-Pinard in the white judogi, del Toro Caballal in blue.
I believe this contest is going to win the award for the 2 fighters with the longest last names.
Yeah, agreed. Well, we were talking about plucky fighters, and Beauchemin-Pinard definitely is. She's not the tallest in the weight category. She's short and slightly stocky. I'm sure she won't have a dig at me if I say that. But it's accentuated by the fact that Del Toro Caballal is quite tall.
Quite tall.
Slim and tall in that weight category. She's a good find for the Cubans. I think this is going to be a good matchup. Sort of thing that you might see in a Pan American Championships.
Yeah. It's funny, when they eliminated the 2-on-1 breaking of the grip, the shorter fighters really, that was a disadvantage for them. When the 2-on-1 breaking of the grip was allowed, shorter fighters, I thought, had a little bit of an advantage in terms of getting underneath for like a Sionage or something like that. But now, once you get that initial grip, that's what you have to work with. So the taller fighter definitely has an advantage these days with that rule change. Yeah, she looks quite strong. Benjamin Pinard.
She's previously competed at under 57 kilos. I'm sure that the Canadian team are glad that she's out of the mix. That would have been another one to deal with at 57. And there's another one at 63 who's here today as well. She had also been down at 57, Stephanie Tremblay.
Oh, Tremblay, yeah.
Tremblay had been at 57 for a while.
Just stacked at 57.
Nice effort.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that going to...
Yeah. And unless it's on her knees, because that's on the other side, we can't see, but that looked like a good effort.
Her shoulder definitely dipped down and touched the mat.
And she didn't get a score. Benjamin Pinard didn't get a score, but Del Toro Caballal picked up a single Shiro. A little over 2 minutes left to go.
Oh,
they have given the score. Yeah, we didn't get to see the replay of it, but obviously the refereeing commission have been reviewing that, and after review, they've given a score. It looked, to the naked eye, like a good effort from Benjamin Pinard, and eventually she came up with the score. Minute 50 to go.
Oh man, she put herself right into some jeopardy with regards to Newaza there. I'm interested to see if her tactics are going to change, knowing that she has the advantage right now. Seems like she's fighting the same. Whoa. She got in quite deep with that Osoto.
Yeah, the only difficulty was that she threw herself into it in the hope that she could maintain contact, and she lost contact with the hands and it kind of collapsed. But she got through the defenses there.
Yeah, her feet were pretty close together. Oh, look at this. That arm is wrapped up pretty good. Oh, and she has the...
Tie that up.
Yoko Sankaku.
Yeah, just needs to sit up if she can. No.
Yeah.
Well defended.
Wow.
Strong.
Yeah.
That's a strong girl.
A little game of Twister going on. Again, she has that. That's deep now. Look at that. Ooh. Can she get her on her
roll
back?
This way.
She's hooking the arm.
Yeah.
She's in some trouble here. Oh, again she escaped.
Yeah, she's changed that. Looking for the Osaiwaza on this side now.
Oh, she needs to control the head. And look
now
at this.
Here
now
comes
she's
Del Toro Caballal.
Wow, her arm was almost out the other side of her body.
Well, she's eaten up a huge amount of time on the clock. There is the score. Yeah, we like that, didn't we? She goes up on her knees afterwards. It's after the landing that she goes up on her knees.
17 seconds left. Wonderful chess match taking place on the ground. And he's burning up time again. Don't look at the referee. Just there we go. That's a big victory, I would say, for Benjamin Pinard.
Yeah, I kind of put the Cubans and the Russians in the same group. They tend not to send people just for a trip.
Yeah.
And Del Toro Caballal could reasonably have been expected to feature a little bit later on in the day, but maybe not with Catherine Benjamin Pinard in the way. That's the way that one turned out.
And now we have Kostenko from Russia versus Zacheya.
Agata from Poland. I'm not sure if we're going to stay here because we may want to come back in a couple of minutes' time when the number 1 seed Ana Bernholm faces Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela. I think that is going to be a good
yes.
contest.
Rodriguez, she actually trained at my facility during the Pan Am Games. The Venezuelan team was there.
Been up there.
And we got a chance to meet, so that's nice.
She's nice. She's a good, strong athlete. Okay, so let's stay with Kostenko in the white judogi and Zacheya of Poland in blue. We'll see how they get on, and it will just keep us here for the Bernholm Rodriguez contest.
Look at this. Oh, man, I love that. My wife is strong, and she's from Poland, so I know how strong they can be. Kostenko, very good posture. I'm a big fan of standing up straight.
Yeah, tall, nice and tall. Yeah, use the limbs properly. They're both well suited to this weight category. Just wary of that right arm.
Really dominating the grips is Zacheya.
We'll go with that, yeah.
Another Zabo from Hungary on mat 4 with a big victory. You can hear the hometown crowd getting excited every time a Hungarian fighter's on the mat.
He just threw Vadzim Shoka of Belarus for Ippon down there on mat 4. Guys may have captured that. You'll get that in the highlights package.
Oh, Vadzim Shoka. For a moment I thought that was Bulgaria, but that's Belarus. You're right, sorry. Almost halfway with no score. Kostenko and Zacheya. Both fighters choosing to stand up and grip it out.
Martina Traidos of Germany has won her contest on mat number 2 against the Romanian Stefania Adelina Dobra. She goes into round 3.
We have a golden score contest with Conway from Great Britain on mat 1 against Coughlin.
Yeah, it's an Irish name, that one originally. And the given name is also tricky, but it's Aoife.
Aoife.
Yeah, she was a queen in Ireland back in,
back in the day.
Pre-Norman history. The Anglo-Normans went out to Ireland, and Aoife was already a queen then. I think there was some degree of bartering or marrying off queens at that time, and getting land and stuff. And I think Aoife was involved in one of those. If you're students of Irish history, you could correct me, but I think that's the case. Anyway, Aoife. You learn all sorts of things here, eh?
Yeah. I imagine she has to spell that every single time she tells somebody.
Yeah, it's a lovely little story, isn't it? Even if it's not true. I mean, I just made that up, No score yet. 2 penalties picked up by Zacheya. And Kostenko's just the one who got 40 seconds left to go.
Yeah, it's anybody's game right now. 40 seconds. Let's see who has the conditioning and the cardio to remain strong and attack strong. Put someone's back to the ground.
Yeah, I like when I've guessed at something and then I've guessed correctly. I just had to go and check it. Zacheya picked up a 3rd penalty. By the way, Kostenko takes the win on the back of 3 penalties.
Wow.
Enjoy your trip. A colleague almost went over there. Right, Ana Bernholm of Sweden, the number 1 seed in the under 70 kilo category, faces Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela. It'll be Bernholm in the white judogi, Rodriguez in blue. This should make for a good battle.
On my Twitter, I posted a picture of Elvismar and myself. I believe she was throwing me, and I was holding me, and I was smiling to the camera. And
now that is a strong woman.
yes, she held me in midair pretty easily.
Really, she's incredibly strong fighter. Still young, so this cycle up to Tokyo and possibly another one after that if she's interested.
Oh, she's grabbing her on the waist. And then she trains in, I believe she lives in Japan.
So it won't be far for her to go then. Well, they like that for a score, and I don't like it for any score at all.
And that was Newaza.
Yeah, exactly. The coach is calling for Ippon. The referee's given Wazari, but for me, neither fighter was in Tachiwaza. I didn't see that either fighter was in Tachiwaza, in which case, for me, there should be no score. One of the fighters has to be standing up in order to make it a valid Tachiwaza action, and I had the feeling that both fighters were in Newaza. We haven't seen a replay, but the referees are reviewing that now. That was my feeling.
Elvismar looks a little bit concerned. Oh, they took it off. Okay, very good.
We're getting good at this, you know. we're both going to be given badges at the end of this. So no score and plenty of time on the clock.
Again, with that, she leads with the left-handed grip and then switches to that big overhand right. So she has one lapel, and she looked like she was going for the belt. Wow.
Just using that left arm to make things difficult for Bernholm, just pushing that leg away. Good defense on the ground. Inside 3 minutes now. Unseeded Rodriguez dropped down the IJF ranking. Good hip technique effort there from Rodriguez. Couldn't quite finish. Bernholm keen to get involved on the ground.
Look at her. She's definitely hungry for a choke. Oh, it's under the chin. It's under the chin right now. Is she going to... It is under the chin. Can she hold on? Elvismar. Oh, it's... Gosh, it's right there on the cusp. She is pulling with all her might.
She's lost.
Trapping the arm.
Yeah, lost this.
Oh,
yeah.
she might be
She's
unconscious.
gone. Yeah, she's gone now.
She's asleep.
Yeah.
Wow, she didn't... Wow, she is sleeping.
Yeah, and Anna Bernholm wants to help her opponent out, immediately looking to go at the legs there.
Elvismar doesn't know what happened right now. She just woke up and thought it was time to go to school.
Yeah. We've all been there.
I've been there myself.
Please.
Why is everybody in my bedroom?
Yeah. Why is that? Why are they... Hey, who turned the television up?
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that I'd fallen asleep in my front room watching TV, and I thought, who are these three guys in here? What are they doing? You know, because at that time you had 3 mat officials there, and someone put the smelling salts there, and I thought, oh, okay, yeah, right. I know where I am now. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go down to mat number 4. We're going to have a look at Zobeda Rekviashvili of Georgia. He's up against Sami Chuchi of Belgium. It's Rekviashvili in the white judogi, Chuchi in blue. Good time to join it, wasn't it?
Yeah, really nice. Very dynamic attempt.
I'm sure Elvismar will be none the worse for wear. She was out for 15 seconds max, you know.
But she woke up like nothing happened. Just she didn't have any loss of balance or anything.
Yeah. If they'd said Hajime, she'd have carried on.
Yeah.
But she would have been getting more and more and more back into it, thinking, hang on a minute, I've just strangled her, wasn't it? It just takes a few seconds for things to right themselves. But there is, it's quite bizarre, isn't it, when you go out you are completely somewhere else.
Yeah, you're really rebooting.
Yeah. It doesn't concern me at all when it's at this kind of level, senior level. Oh, counter or not?
Well,
Yep.
he was definitely
Yep.
standing, yeah.
So, little slip there from Rekviashvili. Lets Chuchi in, who ties things up with 1:50 left to go.
I'm quite impressed with the Belgian presence today. Seem to have strong fighters in every category.
Yeah, well, Charlene van Snick yesterday took a medal for Belgium. Lost out to Sonoda, the world silver medalist in that final. That's the one where the two fighters came together at the end and they accidentally headbutted each other.
Oh, wow.
With a handshake, and then they were stood there laughing and joking. It was a comic moment. They just happened to get too close in the ray and just bumped heads at the end, but they laughed about it.
Yeah, if you bump heads out of an attempted display of respect, that's okay.
Could also be pretty painful.
Yeah.
Because
Well, you can see I'm sporting a little bit of a black eye. It's almost gone now, but that was an accidental.
hey,
headbutt
but
as well.
you will get involved in that kind of rough stuff, man. That's going to happen. I
Hands-on.
try and just, now that I'm not on the tatami, I try and avoid any kind of sport that will give you too much physical contact. I used to play cricket as well, and a ball being hurled at you at 90 miles an hour was no fun. Like catching a fast ball,
Well, I'm quite hands-on at the gym. I'm the champion of all the 12-year-olds on the mats.
I can't even, beat them now. Happened in China a couple of years ago.
Oh gosh.
Couldn't get the turn there, but it happened in China a couple of years ago when I'm with some cadets who were lining up for me. I thought, I can't be doing this. It's just too much. Even 15, 16-year-old boys were giving me trouble, so no, leave it. Mind you, they were on the national team for China, so they were no slouches. That's my excuse anyway.
One of my 15-year-olds almost broke my wrist trying to give me an arm lock, and I'm like, "Where did you learn that?" He said, "You." I thought, well, okay, good job then.
Ooh. Half a minute left to go. Finely balanced here at Rosario. Piece of single Shido against Sami Chuchi, but I wouldn't worry about that for the time being.
And that is Rekviashvili.
Rekviashvili.
You're
Zabeda.
very good.
Oh yes, went the wrong way. He's going to claim that,
wow.
and so would I.
Wow. He anticipated that perfectly.
Zabeda gets caught going in the wrong direction here.
Wow.
It's just he falls off his own attack, really. And Chuchi's just there to say, "I'm going to go with you."
Just add that little bit of body language, like you're doing something there. He did push with the right foot, so
Yeah. And the top half, and he follows it through. He's already falling backwards. He wants to take him forward. Oh, this is a different one. This is the score. That's where we came in.
yeah, that was really nice. Wow. Very dynamic attacks.
And this is the counter.
Oh, that was his score.
Yeah. Oh dear.
And here it is. And just, yeah. I don't know if he was in transition to go to like a...
He could have been thinking about Satemi Waza on the back end of his initial attack, but it didn't work out. Right, on the mat now, Gilly Sharia of Israel faces Stephanie Tremblay of Canada. It's Sharia in the white judogi, Tremblay in blue.
Stephanie Tremblay, I've heard quite a bit about her. A lot of rumbling within Canada.
Been around for a while. Strong athlete.
Look at that grip. Oh,
Go now.
belt technique. I get worried when I see those attacks because there's the potential for some damage on the knee.
Yeah, when taken back the other way, and if you're resisting, the knee gets caught up.
Gilly Sharir looks quite solid and strong as well. Look at Stephanie's posture. Whoa.
Got in a good position there. Couldn't quite finish off.
So she's showing right, and then she comes to that left. That seems to... I'm seeing a lot of that.
So as long as Tremblay keeps those legs, keeps her legs working and keeps Charrier away, no chance of getting Osaikomi called.
Wow, look at this.
Almost.
Yeah, you can tell definitely to pull that type of guard, I'd say.
Yeah,
I guess believe it's called butterfly guard.
Yeah.
You have to be quite confident on the ground because it looks like you can just hop over the knees and you're in a hold down.
It does look easy.
This is a good matchup right here. I really like this. Yay. Very exciting judo. Both lefties.
Chance again on the ground for a turnover. That was neatly done.
Oh, wow.
Good work.
Wow.
Osaikomi.
That's very tight.
Yeah. That was well worked by Tremblay.
That's a very tight hold down. If she gets out, I'd be super impressed. She's making a little bit of space, trying to get that knee inside to hook a leg up, but no. Tremblay's smart, keeping that knee tight to the body, and there it is. Wow, that's a big win.
Yep, well done to Stephanie Tremblay. We're going to see another Canadian in action now, down on mat number 1. It's Antoine Bouchard of Canada. He's up against Denis Yatsev of Russia. It'll be Yatsev in the white judogi, Bouchard in blue. Let's go down to mat number 1. We joined the contest with Bouchard having picked up 2 penalties during normal time. It's golden score. We've already had 44 seconds of golden score.
Oh, Yartsev and Bouchard, wow. In this previous contest, Antoine Bouchard almost lost the match. The call was then downgraded to Azari, where he was able to come back.
Yeah, that was against
the
Egyptian.
Osaikomi Sankak.
Ooh. Problems for Yatsev. Look at him. He knows he's got this. Bouchard. And he's had to tap out as well. He was already celebrating, was Bouchard.
Wow. Very strong. There was a demonstration by Antoine Bouchard.
Good turn. And he catches a really experienced competitor.
And that's round 3 now. He's on to round 4.
Well, yeah, quarterfinal.
Quarterfinals,
3 rounds, quarterfinal, semi-final, and then final. So Bouchard safely into the quarterfinal, having knocked out the number 4 seed. See, he's defending against the arm, but now Bouchard sits up and takes the Osai Waza. Look at that celebration.
Yeah, he felt how tight his legs were.
Right, coming up next on mat number 1, it'll be Dmytro Kanivets of Ukraine. He's up against Ebinuma Masashi of Japan. It'll be Kanivets in the white judogi, Ebinuma in blue.
Dmytro Kanivets, Masashi Ebinuma.
Well, Ebinuma is the double Olympic bronze medalist and 3 times world champion.
Oh, wow.
He's at the back end of his career, but still fancies carrying on. Had a bit of a scrappy win first fight up. Second fight looked a bit better. Maybe he gets better with age. Here's his third fight of the day then.
Well, it definitely beats getting a job.
Nebinuma blocked that Sutemi Waza effort fairly easily. Never looked in any real trouble.
Nebinuma looks like the prototype 73 kilogram fighter. Perfectly balanced physique.
Chance for a turnover here, but he decides against taking it any further.
Look how tall Kanevets is. That type of grip is interesting. He's grabbing the lapel with the left hand and the sleeve with the right hand, but his hands are about 8 inches apart. He's trying to catch that left arm of Kanevets. Yeah, with one hand, that's going to be tough to complete.
Nebinuma is known to be a bit of a slow starter, but here he appears to have the right pace. And it's Kanevets who has picked up the single Shido. Maybe, you know, first fight or second fight, he's just that little bit slow to get going, but not in this fight. Picked up a sick penalty.
Yeah, sometimes fighters, if they eat earlier in the day, they kind of have to burn through that to get. That was the case with me. That's why I'm saying that.
Yeah, from experience, you know.
I wish I realized it earlier. Why I thought I was a slow starter myself. It was because I had a meal in my stomach an hour before, and then later in the day and later in the rounds, you know, you haven't eaten for 2-3 hours, and you can breathe better. You have more energy. Wow.
He found one way to get him over.
Yeah,
I like that for Ippon myself.
Rather creative, yeah.
Oh, Wazari it is on the board. Nebinuma initially entering for a low Tayatoshi, maybe finishing off with Seotoshi.
Kanevets doesn't look too worried. He's not pushing the pace, you know, a lot more than he was prior to that score.
Kanevets is in danger of being called for passivity here. They look as though they're coming for a third penalty, don't they? He hasn't been in it. Nebinuma unusually busy.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
And that's it, Ippon. Hansokomake.
Yeah, today was simply not the day for Kanevets, and he picks up 3 penalties, and out he goes. Is this where there's the low Seotoshi?
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of switched
Little bit of
directions.
head, yeah.
Look at that deep high Osoto. Switched Ochi, Kochi, like a tie. He's four consecutive attacks, all blended nicely together, and then he modified, changed direction.
Keeps going.
Wonderful creativity.
Well, we've got a lovely little matchup here. We've got the junior world champion, Matthias Kass. He's up against the senior world champion, Alexander Witterchak of Germany. It's Kass in the white judogi, Witterchak in blue.
Yeah, interesting story here. The young up-and-coming buck and the current buck of the woods, or the bull of the woods, if you will.
Well, for the next month anyway, he can enjoy wearing that red back patch. The nice thing is you don't have to give it back. So that's probably going to go in some glass case mounted and framed on the wall. Unless, of course, he retains it and he gets another couple, then, you know, they won't feel that great, will they?
The red badge on the back
patch.
indicates
Yeah.
for world champion.
He's the world champion.
Wow, I didn't
Yeah.
know. I've learned something new.
And we've got another one. It's gold. That's for the Olympic champion. So when you see those around, easy to spot from a crowd.
Cass looks very strong. His posture is perfect.
They're both absolutely perfect physical specimens for that weight category.
They're like brothers. Their height, their look, their posture.
Yeah, both, reasonably fair as well.
Yeah.
Because then they've got a bit of a tan as well from the nice weather that Europe has been enjoying.
Threading the leg, all the way through. Was going to go over for an arm lock. Maybe cousins.
Cass has got some interested
Whoa.
onlookers in the stadium. I think a few of his fans are here. Right-sided effort, Murat Sianagi, but Cass was up to defending that. Now decides to have a little dig on the ground, but nothing comes of it. 2 minutes left to go. The two world champions, one junior and one senior.
Interesting. I love good matchups, and these guys look like they're really, really well matched up. So you're going to have a competitive fight.
A little bit tentative there. Cass, he can't afford to offer up too many opportunities like that where you don't actually end up troubling your opponent. You just throw a leg out there, nothing happens, and then you end up having to defend yourself on the ground. You don't want to be giving people with the pedigree of Vitacek that kind of opportunity.
Yeah, these two definitely could have met later on. It's kind of unfortunate it's happening in round 3. Cass looks to be a little more comfortable in the gripping department, at least with his body language and expression anyway. So, whoa. A little bit stationary for my liking. I would like to see a little more dynamic movement in the gripping stages. He was kind of just standing there and accepting his explosiveness.
On the couple of occasions that Cass has got his Murat Sianagi going,
Whoa.
and it's Vitacek's turn to get something going there. The only thing really missing from Cass, he's managed to get down, get his opponent, across the back, but the feet are just not aligned properly. So when he comes to launch, it's having to come all from the shoulders, and at that point Vitacek is moving around to his right. If he's right underneath him, then he gets going up. There's less, because he's off his feet then. Vitacek will be off his feet. He's got nothing to use to move round. He's got to get him, got to get right underneath and then back up to catapult him over. That's the ideal situation. Oh, that was beautiful.
Look, he faked for an Iponsunagi and then hit with a nice deep kochigari, putting him right on his back.
This is class. See, he defends back.
Yeah.
You would, because you think you're going to get thrown forward, so you want to put your weight back, but that's the direction in which Vitacek wants to take him.
And Cass looked like he was almost disrespecting his power in the casualness in his body language, and he got caught for that. The future's bright, absolutely.
Yeah, well, he was beginning to feel comfortable. He'd been, 3.5 minutes, nearly 4 minutes with the current world champion, nothing untoward. No wonder the young man was feeling confident. But, there's a red back patch out there for a reason.
Yeah.
He just found out what that reason is. Oh, well, Matthias Cass losing out to Alexander Vitacek. We get to see Vitacek in the quarterfinal. Let's have a look now at Kohara Kenya of Japan. He faces João Macedo of Brazil. It's Kohara in the white judogi, Macedo in blue. There's nothing else to distract us. Further down is there, I suppose, Frank de Witt of the Netherlands. I think he may be the number 1 seed, actually. He's up against Adrian Gandia of Puerto Rico on mat number 3. But I think we're going to have our first look at Kohara Kenya of Japan. It's Kohara in the white judogi, Macedo in blue.
Oh, man. Very clean Japanese Uchimata attack. Almost stereotypical in its cleanliness. Kenya Kohara. It seems like the pool for 81 kilograms. God, man. It's like an endless supply of young fighters from Japan.
Yeah, they haven't had it all their own way in that weight category. 81 kilos has been a tricky one for them. You go back through World Championships and Olympic Games. And looking at 81 kilos now, it is a Russian. A little bit of Ashiwaza there. Hassan Khan-Musayev. He won in Rio. Prior to that, it was London. It was a Korean, a South Korean. Kim Jae-bum. Prior to that, in Beijing, Macedo picks up a penalty for passivity. In Beijing, it was Ole Bischoff of Germany. Before Beijing, it was Athens, wasn't it? And then the legendary Ilias Iliadis. So no Japanese in there.
I guess that's why they seem to be sending different fighters all the time.
Have a look and see if you can find someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, 81 and 90. 90, they've just resurrected things by having Baker Mashu winning in Rio. But before that, it was the 2 Georgians who'd taken the 90 kilo category. So not the best of times for them at Olympic Games anyway, in those 2 weight categories.
Whoa. Macedo looking very hungry, very aggressive.
I said the 2 Georgians, but in London it was Song Dae-nam, the South Korean, and then the 2 Georgians, Irakli Tsirakidze and Zurab Zviadari. He's putting up a good effort here, isn't he?
He's not giving him a chance to set, and he just keeps attacking and attacking before he can actually get a solid attack off himself. Excellent strategy. I wouldn't change that at all. Keep it up.
Ongvari Miklos leads on mat number 2 in his contest with 1.5 minutes left to go. That for a place in the quarter-final. In fact, these are all round 3 contests now, right across the board. So win here, and you find yourself in the quarter-final. Whoa, lovely Ashiwaza that just... I don't know whether it was Kohara managing to turn off or Macedo not being able to complete, but he was aerial for a while. I think he turned off it.
Yeah, that combined with that little squirm in midair.
Yeah. It was the squirm. Kohara managing to turn in midair. I don't know how he did it, but he was almost caught there. Still looking for the first score. Minute left to go. Left-sided Ojigari from Kohara. Just unsettled him for a moment. Macedo looks to go right-sided again.
Wow.
Strong effort from Kohara. Now a chance to work on the ground. Macedo hooking the legs in, but not able to get the turnover.
The Machado or Macedo?
Machado, I think.
Machado, yeah, he immediately transitions to Newaza seamlessly. Looks very, very comfortable there. I'm sure he'd like to stay there.
I don't know, you know, the Brazilians fancy themselves on the ground. We tend to expect that they've had some involvement because there's such a crossover in Brazilian dojos between judo and BJJ and that sort of thing. So we tend to expect them to be good on the ground, but it's perfectly possible that he's never done any BJJ in his life. You know, he just happens to be good at Newaza. Or fancy it, at least fancy his chances.
Yeah.
Half a minute left to go.
I find Machado really pushing forward, even not in this particular case, but leaning forward.
Got caught there.
Wazari scored with 16-second left. That's quite untimely.
Unattractive looking push down from Kohara, but doesn't go on how nice it looks. It goes on whether it's effective and valid, and both those points, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I guess we'd call that a dirty Wazari.
Yeah. It's on the board though. A few seconds left. Yeah, nice effort from Machado right at the end. Little stab at Uchimata, but that, I'm afraid, is all there is. He's angry with himself, but I think that he gave a really good effort.
I think that's what he's angry at after all that effort to make a little mistake. Or disappointed, I guess, would be better. I didn't see the result of Kalita Zapanzik.
Ippon, she won down on mat 4.
Oh, there it is. Excellent.
In the top right-hand corner, we're just having... That's no longer on our scoreboard, but it is on the... because we're getting a replay, so... Right, they're going to tidy up the mats here. This gives us a chance to jump quickly to mat number 2 to have a look for the first time today at Alan Kubetsov of Russia. He's up against Serdan Mevaljevic of Montenegro. It's Kubetsov in the white judogi, Mevaljevic in blue. Mevaljevic looks a little worse for wear, doesn't he, as he gets to his feet. He trails by Wazari as well with 2:20 or 2:20 odd left on the clock.
Yeah, these guys look a little bit fatigued already and not even halfway through the match. Kubetsov looks extremely strong in his grips. I hope they trim their fingernails because the way they're ripping the gis off, gosh. I would try the last name, but I'm going to say Serdian. Doing quite well. Seems to bend over a lot, though. Negating his height advantage.
I suppose, you know, it's only to be expected when we are on the circuit for so long and you get to know the fighters over a period of time that you get to pick up their names, and then all of a sudden when you read them, it seems to come to you. You think, yeah, that's right, because I didn't have a clue when I first saw Serdan Mevaljevic's name. But then you look at it, and because we don't have that kind of makeup, you know, in English, we're stumped. You know, how do you say that?
Yeah.
But it's Mevaljevic, and the end part is okay, because we know many names that end in Jevic.
Yeah.
And, you know, Merval, okay, Mevaljevic.
It's the absence
of
vowels
in there that make us stumble. Serdan Mevaljevic. is trailing here
Valjevic.
by 1 Wazari. 16 seconds left to go.
I can say them, I just can't read them.
And Andrea Leszki has won her contest on map number 3, so I think she's in the quarter-final of the under 63 kilo category. She's the number 1 seed there. She's having a good day, is Leszki. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest there between Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada and Valentina Kostenko of Russia. We're going to stay here to have a look at this round 3 contest. That's Kubetsov taking the bow there. We're going to have a look at the upcoming contest. It features a home favourite, Ungvari Attila of Hungary. He faces Robin Pacek of Sweden. And then the other thing about the names is you may notice that all of the Japanese, Korean, Mongolian and Chinese names, we give the family name first. We call the family name and then the given name. That's the way they do it in those countries. And one other country, Hungary. So instead of saying Attila Ungvari, we say Ungvari Attila. That's how he's introduced here, and we give him that too. And the Japanese at the top there, Noichi Aimi, instead of Aimi Noichi. She's up against Yang Junxia of China. So that's the way we...
So you just have to memorize which countries do that?
And there are only 5 of them.
Okay.
4 of them are Asian, 1 European. So you're a winner with the European because you're here.
You're here,
it's Hungary. So, and it's a trick. You know, you sometimes you may slip, but after you look at him, I couldn't call him Attila Ungvari. It would just be a different person.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, when I look at him, it's Ungvari Attila. He's quite a tough character, and with the home crowd behind him, a poor old Pacek. He's hurt his toe going over there. I think it was more than a toe, actually, his foot. Yeah, so with the Chinese, Japanese, Korean and Mongolian, they are all family name first and given name goes last. No score yet in the first minute. Ungvari has picked up a single Shido. His fan club have got some shirts, special shirts emblazoned with the I think, just UNG on there. I made the mistake of saying that, of pointing out the shirts that were being worn at a previous competition by Nemanja Majdov, the current world champion at 90 kilos, and I ended up getting a shirt. So maybe if I push the shirt enough.
Pacek seems to be, he looks around a lot. He looks at his fingers, looks at his toes, looks at the referee when there's a gripping thing.
He's unsettled then. Losing focus a little bit.
Maybe he's trying to push penalties or scores or...
Well, he's managed. The unfortunate thing is that the penalty has gone his way. He's picked up the penalty. So 2 penalties picked up by Ungvari. That was a nice little effort there. And he got turned.
Oh, man. There's a Wazari.
Yeah.
Pacek scoring first. Ungvari is going to push the pace now.
That's 2. Halfway. So there's still time. Could be that Pacek will be worn down. He's relentless in his pursuit. Yeah, he likes that. The Frank Dirch, the referee, is going to signal for a review here, I'm sure.
It's a Wazari at the very least. I don't know what the review is. It looked pretty... He fell to his back on his own a little bit here. So let's see. He went there, and then he just fell, and his back touched, but it kind of rolled into it.
Yeah. Is there enough of an action from Ungvari? Not with the foot, I don't think. So there's no real foot there, and I think that's an attempt from Pacek with the Sutemi Waza.
I was always told to in that
Yeah.
scenario to ki on the way down.
Yeah.
At least it looks like you're doing something.
What a coach. Who was it that was coaching you then?
Oh, that was Goki Uemura. Especially if somebody went for like a, back in the day you can grab the leg for a Sasai, you grab the foot and just go, yeah. And I've done that, man. It works.
Insufficient ki from Ungvari then. He wasn't able to claim a score. Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard has won her contest against Kostego of Russia on mat 3. She's through to the quarterfinal.
Quarterfinals, very good. Wow. Wow, a little bit of a lazy attempt there by Ungvari. Pacek doing a fantastic job running down the clock right now, keeping some progress going. The referee's looking. I think he's just kind of mimicking progress, but it's
no, you're right.
Running down the clock just the same.
Referee's spotted that and stands them up now. Pacek just picked up the 1 penalty. He can still burn 1 and remain in the contest. He's got to attack as soon as that hand goes over there, has Attila.
No.
Yeah, he's pulled him on to him for me. And with the state of the contest, I wouldn't be surprised if they give Pacek a penalty for a false attack there. And he does pick up a false attack. 20 seconds left to go. He's in serious trouble now.
Yeah, that's a lot of time for that last penalty.
Don't play for the penalty. Try to get a score. Ungvari should be looking for the score here. If a penalty comes, it comes. Oh, too far away. Got to go again now. No time left.
8 seconds. Go, 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 go. This is your moment. This is the moment. Yikes. Little coachy.
Should have followed it up.
And that's it. Wow. Ugh.
Missed the trick there in the end with the last 20 seconds and not able to put in an attack of any real substance. I think there were 3 attacks there, 3 possible attacks in that 20-second period. Any one of them, if it was really serious, may have put Pacek over. He just didn't have the strength to stop him. Mind you, we're assuming that Ungvari had enough gas in the tank to launch a big attack. Maybe he just didn't have it.
Yeah, and then even with the gi completely untucked, even if he had the strength, a lot of it's going to be leaked with that loose gi. Minimum. I mean, that's the bare minimum to qualify for a score there, I think.
Yeah, certainly was. Right. The quarterfinals have started, and the first of the quarterfinals is taking place down on mat number 4. Let's go down to mat number 4 and have a look and see what's happening with Dominic Ressel of Germany. He's up against Sami Ciuci of Belgium. It's Ressel in the white judogi, Ciuci in blue, and we join it just at the right time again.
This Sami Ciuci is on fire today. That's it, he's on to the semis.
Yep.
How long was that fight? 4 seconds. Let's see here. Oh, that was time remaining.
He threw him with 1 second left.
Did he just throw him with 1 second left?
1 second left.
Wow.
Yeah.
1 second left. Oh, like a 2-on-1 Tayatoshi type thing. He gestured toward the lapel, then boom. No, wasn't quite a Tayatoshi. He almost hooked the leg like a Haraigoshi, but we'll call it modified.
Yeah.
Just, God.
Well, great work there from Ciuci. Another Canadian, Stephanie Tremblay again.
She did not fight too long ago either.
We get to see her against Agata Ozdoba-Błach of Poland. It's Tremblay in the white judogi, Ozdoba-Błach in blue. Just used to be Ozdoba. She got married to a teammate. I think it's Lukasz, if I'm not mistaken. Lucas Bois. I think it is, anyway. Adopted his surname, so there you go.
Yeah. It's always interesting when you have judo couples, and you always think of how they would settle domestic debates.
Yeah.
Ooh. Stephanie Tremblay's wrist was in a compromised position. She's shaking it out. Looks okay. Just really impressed with Stephanie Tremblay's posture. I'm a big fan of stand-up judo. She's completely erect.
Ooh, almost off the other side there.
That's quite the trendy technique these days.
Yeah.
Everyone's practicing that. What do you call it? The offside, or
Even that looked generous to me. Put a score on the board for Tremblay, but
yeah, that was generous.
see, with the benefit of video replay and slow motion, and then looking at the landing, you could say that there was a moment when she landed, and that was enough to give the score. We haven't seen that, so we can't say. But with the naked eye, it didn't appear to either myself or you that was.
Now, have they
That's
changed the
cool.
rules with regards to the hair down? Because their hair's down.
I think it was a certain length, and certainly that looks a little bit too long to be flapping around there. Yeah, they normally have that tied up.
You need that far arm.
Yeah, that was what was missing there.
And
Okay.
man,
You know, it's odd. You only need to see it a second time. Is she down on the scoring part of the body?
there it is.
There it is.
That's right on the border.
Yeah, that was on the limit.
I had no problem with Yukos before, and that definitely would have been a Yuko. But
In that case, what happened was during this cycle, what they said was that for scoring purposes, everything that had previously been a Yuko was going to be classed as Wazari.
yeah,
And a lot of people were unhappy about that, because effectively what you were doing was you were devaluing Wazari, and you were elevating Yuko to the, to the value of Wazari. However, they went with that, and that's what you've just seen there. That would have been a Yuko in the past, and now
my
Wazari.
biggest thing is that now 2 Yukos equal an Ippon.
it can. Yeah. In effect, 2 Yukos will equal Ippon, and that was another point that was being brought up to try and go against it. I have to say that the number of times that I've seen 2 Yukos equal Ippon has not been sufficient to trouble me.
Yeah,
But there is once in a while, like just there, when you say, that was just about Yuko. And if she comes up with another one that is just about Yuko, you've now got a win by Ippon with 2 scores that would, both of them, that were just about scraped in there.
yeah,
But the number of times that happens is very, very rare.
yeah.
It
The caliber of judo here is
is
obviously
better, yeah.
better,
It
yeah.
hasn't bothered us that much, to be honest. Anyway, a single score to Tremblay. She leads with 20-odd seconds left to go. It's not a bad effort.
And she's not stopping when she hits the ground. The follow through is very important, and a lot of people, they immediately when they hit the ground take a little bit of gas off the throw, but that follow through can score that Yuko. Oh, sorry, that was Ari.
Freudian slip there.
Yeah. 5 seconds. Oh my gosh, did she just get caught? In
I don't know.
I think she got caught.
I think the landing looked okay.
Yep, they put a Bazari on the board for
That's it
Agatha Ozoba Blanc.
That's okay. That was a good effort.
So now they're in golden score as opposed. Oh my gosh, she was about to win that, and it tied up with a couple seconds to go, if not 1 second again.
We've seen a couple, haven't we, that have gone down to the wire, if you like.
Yep, use every single second that you got. What's interesting is sometimes the person that was behind in the score, they were pushing the pace, and now that it's golden score, they may have spent a lot of gas trying to tie it up, so we'll see.
Very true.
Stephanie looks a little more fresh right here. We'll see. Ew, yeah. These matchups are fantastic. Here's the score at the end. So she, hooked and just, yeah, absolutely. I couldn't see the way her back hit, but her side definitely hit from the waist down. Here we go. It's anyone's game. And there it is.
Good comeback from Agatha Osda-Babois. She was Wazari down and managed to come back with 2 scores to take the contest in golden score.
That's a well-earned comeback, absolutely.
Yeah, to dig deep.
So my wife is expecting in October, and my wife is from Poland.
Do you know where in Poland she comes from?
Wrocław. So
yeah, that's the same as Wiesław Błach. He comes from Wrocław. Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Our former national coach André Sade in Canada was also from Wrocław. But I'm half Italian, so the majority. My child will be mostly Polish.
What a mix. Right, we're going to stay here and have a look at this quarterfinal between Asma Niang of Morocco and Kalida Zupancic of Canada. It's Niang in the white judogi, Zupancic in blue.
Zupancic's family is from Slovenia.
I wonder if she speaks any Slovenian.
Most Canadians that, if she is in fact a first-generation Canadian, then they usually speak some.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. 2 or 3 and you're done.
Couple, 2 or 3 generations,
yeah. Done, yeah.
She's always, she favors Newaza quite a bit. At the Pan American Games, she won with an Osai Komi, and it was in Canada, Toronto actually, and the audience was quite savvy, quite educated, and the eruption for the duration of the hold down was incredible. I'll never forget it.
Well, she spent a good deal of time in Japan working with her newly found teammates over there. I know they really like her. They think she's one of the friendliest fighters on the circuit, and they kind of adopt a fighter when the fighter goes there not with a team and they just go on their own.
Yeah,
you know, because they see that as brave, and that's big, because you have to take a lot of licks when you first get in there. But she's at 70 kilos, so she's at the right kind of weight to be able to handle herself. She's not going to go to practices and be outweighed by anyone other than the heavyweights and the super heavyweights.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, it's, you know, she can handle herself. 63, 57, they're not going to trouble her.
Yeah, she's actually from Ontario, where I'm from as well.
Where, do you know where in Ontario?
She is, I believe it is just east of Toronto.
Oh, okay.
Pickering or Markham.
Yeah, I was thinking, I know Thornhill and that area in Markham. I know that area. I competed a couple of times in Canada and won something called the Japanese Canadian Cultural Centre tournament one year. I remember winning that when I was about 55 kilos or something.
55.
Yeah, I was still a junior at that time.
Yeah, I moved to Japan by myself in 2004 when I was pursuing professional wrestling, and it is quite intimidating walking into a dojo being the only gaijin. And it's like they're lining up and licking their lips to get a shot at you.
That was never going to happen with me.
I enjoyed it though. It's a process of finding out what you're made of.
Yeah, and I spent time in Ottawa at Takahashi's dojo there with Phil and Ray and Al and Tina and Mom and Dad at that time. He was still around. It was a terrific place.
Yeah, legendary judo family in Canada. Halfway gone in this quarterfinal matchup. This is a huge win. You win this during the semifinals.
Just to let you know that Kohara Kenya didn't.
Yeah,
that
Ippon.
was full.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Asma Niang looked to the scoreboard hoping that this was a Wazari, but look at, she fell right. Timber,
Power.
and boom.
Yeah. Timber.
It looked like at the last second she debated trying to over-rotate her and throw her the other way, but she just, she tried.
Yeah, she was thinking about it, but it was all Zupancic. Right, just to let you know that Kohara Kenya didn't have anyone to compete against in his quarter-final because his opponent, Alexander Vitzachak, withdrew after an injury.
Oh,
so that was unfortunate. So Vitzachak is out. We won't be seeing him for the rest of the day. We have to have a look and see what we've got. Let's go down to... Oh, you've already chosen for me. That was very nice. Thanks very much. That was exactly where I wanted to go. Sana Vermeer of the Netherlands faces Noichi Aimi of Japan. It's Vermeer in the white judogi, Nouchi in blue. There's no score yet. We've had half a minute. Must be Freddie in control of the mat order. I'm just going to lean over and see our tech guy. You see, I knew it was Freddie. He's such a guy. Look.
Vermeer looks like she's getting a little fired up here. Nucci looks very strong with that left-handed grip. Let's see if she explodes with a nice technique here. She looks like she's setting up something. Oh, no. Vermeer attacking first, dropping down. This particular situation here, when you have two people that are the same hand and they have that deep lean, it's really
unattractive
and not really productive for throws, but it's a natural reaction.
Yeah, you've got to find a way past it. I think I can give you the lineup for the quarterfinals in the under 63 kilo category. Apart from the Tremblay Osnabrück contest, which we've already seen, Osnabrück have won that. Martina Treidos will face Alice Schlesinger. Sana Vermeer is up against Noichi Aimi. That's happening now. Almost up there with the Uchimata. And then Andrea Leszki, the number 1 seed from Slovenia, faces Catherine Bushama-Pinard of Canada.
Wow, Catherine did quite well today.
Yeah, quarter-final spot. So those matches are coming up. The 70 kilo category, Anna Bernholm of Sweden faces Nizoi Saki of Japan. It'll be Maria Perez of Puerto Rico to come up against Sally Conway of Great Britain. And the others have yet to be decided. Oh yeah, Asma Niang fought Kalita Zupancic, and Kalita Zupancic won that, so she's the first of the semi-finalists.
I think Kalita might have won every fight I've seen today by Ippon. She's having quite the day.
Could be. I shall let you know. Let's have a look. Yeah, first one by Ippon, Chantel Wright of the United States of America, then Alice Belandi of Italy, and then Asma Niang. 3 for 3.
Wow.
Zupancic at the moment.
Ooh. Vermeer did not like that overhand left-handed grip. Yeah, she wanted nothing to do with that. Nuichi came on very strong. She's trying to get in again with that left-handed grip over the top. There it comes. And immediately Vermeer looked, she's trying to stand up, but nice.
Really nice Ashley was there. Good turn. That's the shape that you want.
Yeah, she generated a lot of torque in that in rotation.
It could have been Sasai Tsurikomiyashi.
Vermeer abandoned that technique on the ground. It looked like she had something going on there.
Here we go. Here it is.
So she used that overhand left grip to really pull down on it and generate that rotation. She was in control the whole time. Less than a minute. Luigi looking to advance to the semifinals. And Vermeer really pushing, coming in now. You wonder if this is going to open up an opportunity for Luigi to counter. But she has no choice. And she gets her first Shido. Luigi does. 36 seconds. Sorry, by the time I said it, there was 30 seconds.
That happens.
Yeah. Drop down and go. Whoa. She's attacking here. Let's see if she can burn the clock here. Make it. Nope, nope. They're stopping it. 17 seconds. Here it goes. Vermeer pushing the pace. Just pushing and pushing and pushing and try to make something. And Luigi really bending over. She's going to take that second Shido. But it's to no avail. She wins the match. Smart fighting, smart tactics, knowing there's 10 seconds, knowing that there's no way you're probably going to get 2 Shidos in that time, and allowing yourself to get one if need, and she got it at the end, I think.
We've got the number 1 seed in the under 81 kilo category on mat number 3 at the moment. Let's go down there to have a look at Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. He faces Sagi Muki of Israel. It's de Wit in the white judogi, Muki in blue. We joined the contest with a little over half the contest still left to go. Sagi Muki leads by a single score of Wazari.
Yeah, look at Frank de Wit. He just humongous. Yeah, he's approaching 2 meters, I imagine. Whoa! Look at that grip. Wow. Wow, yikes. Yo!
Yep.
Is that going to count?
Yes.
Wow, we pawned wonderful. Look how far, that's almost on the next mat. But it was one continuous motion.
And if the action begins inside, then it'll be valid for scoring purposes.
Let's see here. Yep, started
Yeah,
inside.
there you go.
They went,
Yep.
they went. Hooked that leg and just really, I think he won his last fight like that. Just really controlling that upper body. Look at that. He grabbed the belt or the back and the high lapel and boom. Wow, very nice. He was very confident there. He knew exactly what he was doing. That wasn't an accident.
Right. Now, they've had a look at the footwork, where the footwork actually began.
Oh, wow.
And they've decided that Frank's attack was outside of the area. And if what it really rests on is, he's ducked underneath there. Was Sagi Muki attacking and Frank de Wit countering? And Sagi Muki's attack had stopped. There was movement from both, but there was no action in the attack. Oh, he's gone over now. Oh.
I see what you're saying. There was movement, but it wasn't necessarily a consistent offensive.
From Sagi Muki, which would, if Sagi Muki had been attacking, if Sagi Muki had been attacking Frank de Wit, he could have countered him, and those two movements would have been joined together.
Yes.
So that could have happened outside. The counter could have happened outside, but only if he was under attack. He wasn't under attack from Sagi Muki any longer.
There was a break in the offense. So there, right now,
he stopped.
Yeah.
So at that point, his attempted Ashiwaza was inside. That failed. He steps off the tatami, and then Frank de Wit attacks him. And that's why...
You can actually see that moment where it all stopped.
Where it all stopped, yeah. Now, Frank de Wit would not have been aware of that at the time. He just went through with the attack. But there was a fine line, but it's a right decision.
Yay! Gosh. He really just put his right arm out there, and his right arm alone stopped his entire body from rotating over. That is sacrificing your shoulder.
And if he has that,
it's gone.
He's gone, yeah. Just lost the arm. De Wit is the fighter who, and it could be that Muki has jumped off the mat here. in avoid. You see, he hadn't attacked him. There was no attack. Now, if I attack you and you step off, that's okay. But he just had a movement and he stepped off. He felt the pressure of the attack. He steps off. You've walked out the area. You can't avoid me because you think I'm going to attack you. I have to attack you.
Yeah.
And you can step off as a result of that. If you leave the contest area as a result of my attack, that's valid. But you can't step off looking to avoid me.
I'm happy you're saying that, because we had a case in one of our tournaments where my student stepped off.
So this is the action where Sagimuki's going to attack him with the right leg, with his left leg. There, it fails, and now they're just walking.
Yeah.
They're just walking off the area. There's no counter there. There's no action.
Yeah.
So that's a great call. I thought it was De Witt's score, but there's a pause here when the action stops. This is all valid. Anything now would be good.
So
no.
Now they're just walking.
And now there's nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Freddie, because Freddie's so good, whether he could show us the last action, which is on the edge there. We can come back to the Leszki Bushman-Pinard contest. Let's introduce them first of all. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, because Leszki is the #1 seed. Andrea Leszki of Slovenia is up against Catherine Bushman-Pinard of Canada. It's Leszki in the white judogi, Bushman-Pinard in blue. But the other interesting one was the step out from Sagimuki, and I'm sure when they show the replay, you'll see that what happened there was a movement from Frank De Witt, and he had previously been attacking him all the time, but he just moved, and Sagimuki thought, he's going to attack me. He stepped back. There was no attack. A movement is not enough. It has to be an attack, and there wasn't. But you were saying that there'd been some competition that you'd seen something similar.
Some people are wondering, well, why did he step out at this time and not get a penalty, and why did he step out at this time and do?
Yeah.
And you just explained it. You can't anticipate an attack. There has to be a legitimate attack in order to avoid.
Yeah, if I'm coming at you and you step back, you stepped off as a result of my attack.
Yeah.
If I
just
make a move,
yeah.
you step off.
A little shimmy.
Yeah, exactly. Shimmy, that reminds me my granddaughter. She's got this thing called Shimmer Shine or something. She's always saying it to me. Anyway, that's another story. Right, so Wasari is the lead for Leszki. She's going great guns here. As I say, in the absence of the Olympic champion, Tina Tursteniak, her teammate, here is your chance. Grab it with both hands.
Leszki is super strong. Look at her right hand. She just locked in the upper collar grip, or behind the neck, I think it is now.
Waiting for an opening now.
Again, yeah, they're both locked up with that. They're both right-handed.
The problem here is that one of these fighters is in a better position for being able to just wait for things to happen, and it's the one who's got Wasari on the board.
Yeah. It's if you look at Catherine Bushman-Pinard, she almost has a hand hooking like a wrestler. She didn't need, I don't think she even had the judo-gi there. Oh, here she does. Oh, that's the attack.
Oh, yeah, that's where she gave up the score, just about. Another one where there's a landing. If you freeze the landing, you say yes. If you look at it, or you say, oh, it's a soft score. But if you freeze the landing, then yeah, she gets the Wasari for that.
Whoop, whoop.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I've seen stronger attacks, I'm afraid, than that.
You gotta cover up here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. And the referee allowed the action to take place. He said, I'm not going to call mate to give you a penalty. There's an opportunity for something to happen on the ground here. I'm just going to let that go through, but I'm going to keep in my mind that that was a false attack. And in the event that nothing happens, when you stand up, then you'll get the penalty. And I think it's a little bit like, playing football, that they see, but they allow it to go before calling it back for a penalty, because you play an advantage. So
Yeah.
I think
Whoa.
that was happening. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Ippon, what a beautiful ashiwaza by Leszki.
This is her day. Look at that, completely unfazed. Like you say, not even breathing heavy.
She is completely capitalizing on this opportunity. Look at that. Wow. It's like she's been here a million times.
Yeah, it looks like a nice Kosotogari for me. Well, Božemar Pinard will be back. Sorry, she'll be back in the repechage contest, but it'll be Leszki that we see in the first of the semi-finals. We'll have a quick look to see who it is that we want to take a look at. There's that quarter-final on mat number 3. Let's go there, because that's the quarter-final between the number 1 seed in the under 70 kilo category, Anna Bernholm of Sweden. She faces Nizoe Saki of Japan. It's Bernholm in the white judogi, Nizoe in blue.
Wow, both girls quite tall. Both very strong. Look at Bernholm's posture, and Nizoe as well.
Bernholm will never let me forget that I told her that it was a bad move to go up to 70 kilos. Here is the edge that we were talking about. Which one is that then? No, that's 2 women there, Leszki and Božemar Pinard. We'll leave that one. Nice try though, thanks. Nizoe, in the meantime, has come up with a score and just missing out on being able to finish on the ground. Okay, so the lead is Wazari. Nice shot there of Greg Variauer, one of our team former competitor. Sumigaishi from Bernholm, but it's blocked by Nizoe.
Yeah, especially for the fighters that want to go to Newaza, Sumigaishi is another technique that's just being used more and more to
draw them in.
Draw them in.
All the focus is on these middle 2 mats now, Bernholm and Nizoe, and more so, I suppose, Alexandra Raicu of Romania and Ungvari Miklos of Hungary. He's the real Hungarian hero. I mean, yesterday it was, who was it that was the hero yesterday, or heroine, I should say, Karakash Hedvig.
Nizoe must be really, really strong, because Bernholm's posture is a little different than when the match first started. She must be feeling that strength from Nizoe, and Nizoe looks completely unfazed.
She was lucky to get away with that. She was over there for a long time before she attacked.
Both athletes well conditioned.
Oh, that's a amateur error, you know, just slapping the hand away. Picked up a gripping infringement, penalty for a gripping infringement. Right, I'm going to leave Anthony Corelli with Loretta Cusack-Dor. They shall have the pleasure of taking you through all the semi-finals, and then they'll have the wrap-up at the end. I'm sure you're up to that, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
I'm enjoying myself quite a bit, thank you.
Then the next voice you'll hear will be, alongside Anthony Corelli, will be Loretta Cusack-Dor.
Nizoe with a very strong left-handed grip, bending Bernholm over. Hopefully setting up a technique, or she'll be content to run the clock down. Another Sumigaishi attack, and immediately turning over for a defensive Newaza posture, resulting in a mate. Both girls are going to stand up. We got just over a minute left. Can Bernholm tie this or win this fight? Belt grab. Sumigaishi attempt again. No. Nobody home. Nizoe still very strong and able to negate this attack. .46 seconds to go. Nizoe finally starting to show a little bit of fatigue. She's obviously very well conditioned. I mean, a little bit of fatigue. She looks very strong still. And Bernholm, that big overhand left-handed grip. Nope, she didn't. She wasn't satisfied with that grip she's doing again. She's grabbing the belt this time. Let's see if she can use this. That's a dominant one for Sumagaishi and Tunewaza. Nozoe easily able to negate anything she's trying to do here on the ground. Clock is just running down, valuable seconds. Hello, Loretta.
Yeah, it's an interesting match, isn't it? It's been a real battle and a half, and it's a very, well, Bernholm Anna has been very strong throughout this year, and for me, just seems to be getting better every time we see her in these world-class events.
Yeah, Nozoe looks to be really well conditioned here. This late in the match, she's just starting to show a little bit of some signs of fatigue, but she's still very strong. Both double shidos, 5 seconds.
Well, looks like she's really got this all sewn up now, and a place in the semi-final.
In the semi-finals. Well, hard-fought match right to the last second. We've seen a lot of that today. Matches going right to the last second.
Yeah. And she'll be up against a tough opposition, Olympic bronze medalist and European silver medalist, Sally Conway from Great Britain, in that semi-final. So that'll be a very interesting match.
Both women here have tall, athletic physiques. Very well matched in that regard.
Now let's see what's coming up. Well, we're here with Raku of Romania in the white, and Ulvari, which is a very popular young man, isn't he, here for the crowd.
It's I don't know if he's feeding off the crowd or if the crowd just responds, but he seems to get...
Oh, I think you're right when you say feeding off the crowd. I think definitely he seems to just rise that occasion. The more that the noise seems to create in this arena, the better he seems to get.
Yeah.
And it's not been an easy run for him. He's been challenged along the way, but he's come back so strong. This crowd are really helping him. Nice little bit of turnover there, as you can see. He's caught the skirt of the jacket.
Oh, look at this!
Pulls it right back.
Wow,
beautifully executed.
He was so focused on the choke across the face that he was able to cradle him.
Yes. Well, what he was trying to do was spread himself throughout the turn, and he just left his leg come back. It was an easy turnover. He made it look so easy.
I actually saw that recently in a local tournament, and I've been teaching that to my students, where you grab the side of the body, the leg and the arm to stand up and flip them over, and the natural reaction is to bend that leg and balance, and then you cradle that head and arm, and excellent demonstration.
He made it look so easy, didn't he?
But I haven't seen that variation when going for the choke, though. Very, very interesting. I'll be teaching that soon as well.
You've got a lot on your list. These students better be prepared, that's all I can say.
Yeah. Wow, that was an awesome pin. Here he is here, just snatching the leg and sitting back. Look at that.
He actually leant right over the back to the opposite side, cradled it even deeper, and then just rolled himself back using his whole body weight, as well as the arms and the power of the arms, to just turn him over.
I would like to have seen his hands if he had them.
Yeah, whether it was the full palms to palms or whether it was the finger in locking.
Yeah, I think it was that, but I'm not sure. And here's Kubetsov and Pacek. They both had awesome days. See, I'm starting to learn the names already.
Oh yes, very good. Pacek, for me, has been quite impressive. But says Kubetsov, he was one of the top favourites at the beginning. He was a number 2 seed coming into this tournament. 59 athletes participating. So
Pacek's interesting. When he's doing his shuffle stepping, he's in the air for a split second, which is making him susceptible to some ashiwaza, which is scary.
That is the scariness, especially if he's up against the Japanese. It's a very dangerous thing to do.
Oh no!
Oh, he left his arm open.
Oh my God! He's gonna. Jeez. Oh man. That looked like it was really hyperextended.
Kubetsov most probably got the shock of his life there. He couldn't believe what happened. Well, Pacek, that was an
Wow.
opportunity missed. And it looked like he really overstretched himself there and looks a little bit in trouble. Let's have another look at that. Well, the arm lock was on there, wasn't it?
It's on. It is on.
That was it, the pressure.
Oh, look at
and
that.
it overarched his back. Look at that.
He's just grabbing onto. That doesn't even make sense
Look
how
at
he
the
didn't.
power of Kubetsov to be able to do that.
Wow, man. It looked like he was going to sacrifice his arm and not tap, regardless of what happened.
Exactly.
And Pacek in mid-air arching back. Impressive. I started sweating watching that arm lock.
Well,
I gotta loosen my tie here.
I'm glad you feel the same, because normally I get into a thing where I'm actually grabbing Sheldon and I'm actually doing judo on him. He's literally saying, will you stop touching me? I'm up off the chair and everything. I'm actually doing judo with him. It's now become so tense, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We know what... Oh, Kubetsov there with the Ouchigari. Nice spin on it, but didn't really get the arms flowing as much as the legs.
Yeah, when the audience becomes quiet like this, there's two different reasons. One, they're bored, or one, they're just completely into this match.
Yeah, and I don't think for 1 minute it's boredom.
No, they are into this. They're watching every single step.
Well, it's that circling motion. Pacek is really not wanting to go directly towards him. He takes that circling. There's a Sienagi movement.
Both guys look very comfortable on the ground. Hooking. Oh, there's some wrestling moves there. We're past halfway, so it's anyone's game at this point. No penalties, no scores.
It's been a very interesting match, isn't it? A very close call. I think Kubetsov a little bit apprehensive after what happened in the opening seconds of this contest. It was nearly all over and done with for him, the number 2 seed.
I don't know how his arm did not get injured. It was completely
surprised how he was
hyperextended.
able to lift his opponent off the ground and his arm was dead straight. So it wouldn't have been any power from the bicep or tricep. It was literally his back that was lifting his opponent off, and also hyperextending that arm even more by taking him up. That really must have taken its toll on that arm.
That gave me a training idea to do single arm deadlifts. Here they go, right hand versus left hand, and they're just playing chess here. Jockeying for, yikes.
Oh, well. Again, that was a situation that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I love this here when you have that right hip versus left hip, and you're switching back and forth
and
between Uchimata and
they're literally on the toes, from the heels to the toes, and the hip comes in, the hip comes out. You don't know whether they're going for the Uranagi or they're coming for the Sienagi. It's that real switch, and it's all depends on the upper body control, who has the better positioning.
And these days, the fighters if they can't get that far hand, the battling, lefty versus righty, they just wrap under the armpit and just drive back. This is a highlight.
See, this is it. Oh, now look from there. He lifts up. Look at the power from the legs, but the arm is dead straight. And he's he's actually arching his back to try and get that arm lock on.
The angle he was pulling, 5 degrees down, and that had to be, just wasn't perfect with regards to the direction he was pulling the arm.
Well, his head was forward, so he didn't actually get that lift, and he didn't get the arch until the back started to turn the opposite way. Look at how flexible the arm is.
See, his thumb's pointing up, and it should be a little bit down that way. Oh, man.
If he'd managed to stumble him forward, he could have got it. If he'd brought him back down into Niwaza, the fact that the head was forward meant that his back was rolled in. If he'd actually been able to continue with the arching of the back, he could have overflexed it. But
if he stumbled and fell down to Newaza, I think that would have been an injury.
Definitely, it would have been on.
It was because it was on, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy there's no injury.
Oh no.
A minute 9.
Well, when it comes to this stage, it's a medal or a not, isn't it? Really, when it's the quarterfinal stages, you get into this from the quarterfinal, you get into the next round, you're guaranteed a medal. If you don't get in, you're actually battling away again for a bronze.
Yeah, the semifinals is, you win, it's done. You lose, and you got nothing.
And then you've got to pick yourself back up from the disappointment, and that's the difficulty, isn't it? I think the hardest place is that you lose in the semi-final, because you lose to get into the final, but then you go straight into a bronze medal final, and it's whether you can pick yourself up knowing that you've just lost that place in the final. It's a hard position to be in.
Yeah, my old roommate Keith Morgan from Canada, and wasn't Sydney, was it the Beijing Olympics, I believe. Semi-finals, having a great day, and they stopped the whole tournament so that they would have the semis live on TV.
Yes.
And he went back, had a nap, he ate, and then when he came back and warmed up, he just didn't get in the same groove. Lost to somebody he beat a month ago, and then all of a sudden fought for the bronze and immediately and lost. And Nightmare City.
It's, as an athlete, if you're on a good day, you just want to keep on rolling.
Keep going.
You just don't want that to stop. It's like that superstition I used to feel that if I started off in a blue kit and I was doing well, did I want to change into a white?
Yeah.
Because it was a new kit. It was dry. It hadn't molded into my skin.
Are they going to count that as it looked like he did put something on that to put him on his back. 5 seconds left. If they score it now, that's going to be the match.
Well, 2 seconds. Yeah, no doubt about it. But again, it's only one Shido that divides these athletes.
He did no score?
Well, it goes into golden score now. So
Golden score, okay.
Well, these athletes have been battling away. Oh, straight in with the Siotoshi. Comes through at the back. Not in. Well, he looked like he wasn't interested, and he wasn't. But then they had another thought about it, and but by then, very little was on offer.
Wow. Yeah. Kubetsov is a little more explosive out of the gate.
Yes,
Pacek. Okay. Oh, man. How do you score that?
Well, they've given it a Wazari.
To Pacek?
No, yes, to Pacek. They've given it a Wazari.
They're going to have to review that. That was like two cats fighting in an alley there. There was just
it was a bit of a rollover, wasn't it? But we've seen something like this happen earlier on, and what it was is that the elbow came out to stop, and then the bridge. Now, if the elbow came out to stop the flow of the technique, it counts. But if it is a total spin,
I missed
see the elbow, he's on his front, and the elbow comes down.
Let's see again here. He goes, and then he's.
See, that looks like a complete overspin there.
Yeah, he didn't land. Okay, they took it off. They took it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
But one that we saw before, the elbow went down first, and then he spun. But in that case, he spun, and then the elbow went down afterwards when he was on his front.
The officiating today has been incredible, actually. I'm very impressed. Very happy for the athletes.
Oh, yes, definitely.
That's a strong grip.
It's a very strong. Oh, he tries for the Uchimata. Totally misjudged that.
Yeah, at this point, especially with the strength of Kubetsov, I can see the hesitation and the commitment. But, you got to do it to score.
He's a wee powerhouse, isn't he, really, when you look at him, the structure of him. Very, very solid.
They look like they both enjoyed counter techniques. But somebody has to attack first.
That's it. That's the problem. At least they're not accumulating the Shidos, which gives them both a better positioning in this golden score.
Yeah.
The shimmy was it? Oh, straight in there.
Oh, man, that was
He
a
actually
nice.
caught him straight across the face and then lifted the head, but he got that bounce.
That little quick loop underneath. And if he rolled immediately, the referee wouldn't have been able to see that was across the face, and he couldn't use that.
He was fast. Siotoshi again. Yes!
Oh, he scores!
It's got to be at
Kubetsov.
that time. So Kubetsov goes into the semi-final.
There's
of the
no
81s.
guesswork into that. That was a wonderful score.
Definitely not.
Semifinals, excellent day from Pacek. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Pacek really beside himself on that.
And again, no sleeve. That's 2-on-1 lapel. Let's see that again. 2-on-1 and just drops down and just drive. Straight and wow.
That was nice. Well, he threatened it a couple of times, didn't he, within that competition?
Yeah, because it's
Siotoshi there got that drive and then switched it instead of forward, took it slightly off to the side.
and he had the right-handed lapel and went left with both sides. Again, we were talking about that earlier, being able to do both sides effectively.
Well, for Russia, they've got an athlete now into the final, in the semi-final of the 81s.
It's crazy. The more there is on the line, the more I start sweating. It's exciting.
We'll start fanning you down a bit,
Yeah,
just to calm you down.
Here we go.
It's either that or get you on the mat.
Martina Tredos.
Tredos and
Alice
Scheslinger.
Scheslinger.
For Great Britain, yeah. So this young lady has been for Alice has been out a wee while for a couple of injuries. She's a more mature athlete, but she trains as if she's a cadet. She just keeps going, and sometimes she needs to calm down the training program and suit it for her age, because she's been out there a long time on a world circuit. So she's picked up some of these niggly injuries along the way.
Sometimes if you take time off for a big injury, all those other small nagging injuries also have an opportunity to heal up. And you come back fresher than you were before. Yeah.
And it has been just the very niggly ones, like a back going into a spasm and things like this in the last stages of training in preparation for the last tournament she was supposed to be in. And that was in Zagreb 2 weeks ago, and she had to pull out because spasms in her back.
Oh man, she was committed there.
Yeah, with the Osotamaka Komi attempt, and what she does have is very nice niwaza.
The tournament in Zagreb, I was following online. The pictures looked awesome.
Oh, yeah, it was a good event.
Even the city,
really nice,
city as well. Zagreb looks awesome.
It would have even been better if they'd won the World Cup in the football.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Could you imagine that?
We have a huge Croatian population in where I'm from, in Toronto, and it was fun to watch them get excited.
There's the powerful, isn't it? She has that left hand that comes over deep onto the belt. When she connects with the hip and the leg at the same time, she gets so much more leverage from there. But it's no way back. It's either one way or you're going to get skied from it.
That's a good way. It's a one-way street. They're so close.
Oh yeah, there's no turning
yet
back.
So far,
you know. And it means that you've got to be really gutsy to do it.
My godson is Croatian, so I was rooting for Croatia.
They got Tredos there with the left hand high on the collar. She comes in from the Uchimata. She's trying to get a turn on it. She can't really get Scheslinger around, circling motion.
Oh, look at that with her right hand just blocking that foot from getting under the arm.
And she's got the Sangaku turnover there. She'll have the leg caught up, and Alice is normally quite confident down there, but
she looks really comfortable.
Yeah, but it's looking a little bit dangerous. You always get a bit worried when it comes to the ankle. When they get past the knee and over the calf, and then it's just hanging on by the ankle, then you always think, oh.
That's another case of so close but so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, down to the ankle. Alice looks quite confident on the ground, though.
She's very focused out there, as you can see. There's no emotion there. She's good body language. Shares nothing of how she's feeling at this particular moment. She's trying to get
Look at the grip power of Martina Tredos.
Tredos with that elbow tucked in when she comes high on the collar, drops the elbow inside, tucking in on that shoulder and armpit. There's no stopping her.
Yeah, there's another penalty for Alice.
Well, she's plagued by that high collar grip. That's what's really causing her the problems. Well, Martina once more, she's trying for the lapel, throwing the left hand over the top. She connects. Now the elbow again tucks in.
Ooh.
Uses for the feet with the ashiwaza, the kosota, stumbles. Scheslinger down and rotates her over. So a nice little bit of judo there.
Yeah, we were talking about that kosotogari earlier, where they just lock it and it's like glued to their foot.
Yeah. We call it like a sticky foot.
Sticky foot, yeah.
Sticky foot. It just sticks to them. It's like having a bit of Velcro on their feet. Turn the foot. Yep, there you have it.
Oh,
the
wow.
Osakomi. Nice little bit of judo.
That's-
Martina Trezos there securing her place, I feel, there
Oh, that's very
in
tight.
the semi-final. There's no way she's getting out.
Yeah, Alice is in.
No, definitely not.
Well, Martina Tredos looks very, very strong. Just the way she was holding
Yeah.
her down, there was no gaps, no space, no chance to get out of that. And that's it. She is in the semifinal. She's very happy. What a relief, because Alice Schlesinger
Schlesinger.
is very strong. Schlesinger. Got it.
They're difficult, aren't they?
I was telling Sheldon, I can pronounce them, I just can't read them.
It's just, it's actually getting your tongue round it, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like, look, I get it right once, and then all of a sudden the tongue just goes out of control, and it just doesn't work for me. You're trying to spit the word out, and it just doesn't happen. And the more you try, the worse it gets.
70-kilogram quarterfinal action. Van Dijk from Netherlands and Gursak from Hungary. So of course the audience is once again fired up. Of course, Gursak in blue and Van Dijk in white. Lefty versus righty. So it's going to be a little bit of a chess game with that close leg.
Both for the very bent over position posture there. But you could see that the Hungarian Gershek is trying to back out the back way, isn't she? She's not wanting to engage in that. Very uncomfortable with that high collar grip
Yeah.
from Van Dijk. Oh, the Uchimata there, that she nearly walked onto that.
Yeah, Van Dijk is definitely dominating with that grip, very strong. Oh, and with that grip, she just settled for that little technique.
And whoever wins this will go on to meet the Canadian Zupanic for that semi-final.
Yeah, Zupanjic, what a fantastic day with 3 for 3
She's
for
done
Ippon.
really well, isn't she? She's been on form. Another athlete that wasn't seeded in this weight category.
Yeah, she was due for a big bounce back, so to speak. You know, she had success obviously in the past, and
Sometimes when they're not seeded or not seeded so high up, it takes the pressure of expectations, doesn't it? When you're coming in as the number one seed, you have to live up to that occasion, don't you?
the pressure. Yeah.
And the pressure is there right from the word go, from the opening match. Where if you're sort of in the mix, you go unseen, don't you? And you just quietly work your way through.
Yeah, coming in kind of, what's the word? An underdog
Yes.
is well, she's not really an underdog.
She's
just-
not the under. There's I'm saying any of them are all capable of taking medals, but it's like I call it under the radar.
under the radar. Excellent.
You
yes.
just don't see them coming, but you know they're capable of doing something very special.
underrated. Takes the. That's perfect. Forget about me. Don't even worry. Don't train for me. Let me come in under the radar, and you know.
Yeah, before you
surprise
know
you.
it, I'm there. I'm knocking on the door. And there was a few that did that, especially with the Japanese team. There was a few that weren't seeded. Some of the seeds yesterday were taken out in the second round by someone that you just, like the Egyptian, took out Zantaraya yesterday, and he was the number one seed, and you just thought,
Yeah.
you didn't see that one coming. And he was totally under the radar. Didn't even get a mention at the beginning of the day. We were looking, there were so many that he just didn't shine out at us. What a performer though.
Gursak was trying to kind of bounce and move her hips and make something happen, and bring this thing to life. Right now, there's no score on the board, but she's being dominated in my opinion.
Yes, she looks a little bit uncomfortable there, and she's attacking under a lot of pressure, hence the reason you just seen her drop there like a stone. And I think she could pick up a Shido for that, because that was just too much pressure. To get out of trouble, she dropped out of the way.
And there it is.
And there it is, the penalty.
she was delaying going back
I
because
know,
she knew it
'cause
was coming.
just like that. I know what's coming, so I might as well take a break. Van Dijk, as you can see, focused. She's got that sleeve first hand on. She's the one that's now got a control. But the Uchimata there from the Hungarian, Gersek, nice little bit of movement there, but again, she didn't really have the control.
And she's not even showing any signs of slowing down. She's just as focused as the first second, if not more confident, more dangerous.
Yes. And got that cross grip, then changes the sleeve, tries to come, like we said earlier on, they like this grip around the back of the arm, catching the tricep. Comes in nice and deep, the hips start to move, Van Dijk setting it up and putting her under pressure on the edge of the contest area.
Now, if she wasn't okay, I was going over this with Sheldon. Oh, she got a second Judo, okay.
Yes, yeah,
because she
she's
wasn't
playing
attacking.
that edge there and she didn't attack. And really it's a 50-50. If you attack with a drop. You really haven't got anywhere to maneuver. So that's where she picked up the first Shido, because she just dropped under pressure on the edge of the contest area. She got backed on again.
Oh!
Taitoshi, upper body control.
Is that
Nicely, that's got to be a Wazari. And straight in for an Osakomi.
At the very, yep.
Well, they've changed it for Ippon. Doesn't matter about the Osakomi. And Van Dijk Sané goes through to the semi-finals for the Netherlands.
Yeah, she must be so relieved.
And she'll be up against the Canadian. Well, that'll be a very interesting match.
Yeah, both girls super strong.
Strong girls.
In my former career of a professional wrestler, there's a women's evolution going on right now where women, you know, the caliber of professional wrestling is increasing, and they're not looked at as sex symbols anymore, and they're on a level playing field with the man. And I'm always proud to say, yeah, but I come from judo, where it's been a level playing field.
Yes.
And we've been respecting women since, you know, they've been doing judo in the Olympics, because I've been around champion women my whole life. And on the national team, I know exactly what women are capable of, and super strong athletes, and it's incredible.
Yes. Well, the women's judo, when you look at the quality that we're watching right now, they're on a par at this moment. But when you think of where we started, like the first Olympic Games was in, they had the demonstration in 88, but they had 92 was the first Olympic Games for women's judo. And the World Championships was in 1980. So it's a reasonably young sport when you consider the men's Olympics started in 64.
64, yeah.
So we are of quite a few years. But when you're watching women's judo and the men's judo, we're up as a par now. We've caught up there,
100%.
and we stand on that mat, and we can share the tatami together. There isn't any sort of level of expertise or experiences there.
And this year they did something small, but I found it very significant. The match time is the same.
Yes.
And why not? Well, why wouldn't it be? It doesn't make
Why
it.
not?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't make any difference.
And I didn't even notice it until it happened. And I'm like, yeah, why was it even not the same?
Yeah, true. But now we have the semi-final. Gambata and Ebenuma of Japan. So the Mongolia in white and Japan in blue. Now this is going to be a really interesting match.
Yes.
Gambata as the number 1 seed of the under 73 kilos of this tournament. And even now I'm just trying to see where he was in the seeding. Well, it was Tommy Macias that was the number 2 seed.
Mongolia.
Yeah, Ebenuma came out of Pool B. So
Mongolians always just look like they're superhuman strength. It's incredible.
Very powerful. World bronze medalist. Gambata.
That was a quick Shido. Wow. Look, yeah, he looks like he's just incredibly strong. Look at his.
Both very, very talented athletes. There's no doubt about it, with some great performances here today.
Man, he is walking towards him very casually. Whoa!
Oh!
Ebenuma realizing he's going to have to change gears here. This is a very, very strong competitor in front of him.
He's controlling.
Yeah.
This is like whoever's going to get in first is going to be the one that gets the win.
Yeah, heavy artillery on both
Oh,
sides.
both are capable now. He's trying to control that sleeve. Ebenima. He knows that. Oh, there's the Osotogari.
And I'm starting to sweat again.
Hey, Uchimata. Well, there's two very, very strong attacks there. One with the Osotogari, two the Uchimata. And it's really, they're rocking from backwards to forwards. It really is 1 for 1. Even palms, my hands are starting to get warm.
Strong overhand grip here.
With a high collar grip there. Draws his opponent down.
Did not put his hand down. But he's...
Mongolian, he looks very strong. Draws the Japanese down to his knees. Just totally power drives him down.
Let's give you another Shido.
So the second Shido, well, we've seen Ebenima in this position before. He does like to pick up a few before he gets really started.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time left for that final Shido.
Yeah, but exactly a long time. But one more, the hand Sokimaki. He cannot afford to get that high collar grip on top of him again because he seems to really fluster from it.
Whoa, whoa Oh, man. What balance. He's hopping on one foot almost across the whole mat.
And he did like the Osotogari, but he hopped. He hopped, but really look where his arms were. He only had that right hand round the back, which meant that he was overstretched and the shoulder was pointing down. So he was totally off balance with his upper body.
Yeah, and he took him down. It seemed like he only had him from the waist down anyway. His upper body was almost free.
Yeah. Whoa. Well, Gambata again tries to get that. As you can see, he's throwing that left hand over the top, trying to connect. He knows if he can connect, he can make the Japanese look very passive. And that's how he's picked up the last two Shidos, because of the grip problem. So
Ebenima has to watch it because
Ebenima really has to keep the hands from coming up high.
Yeah, once Gambata gets that grip.
Sutemi was her attempt there, trying to draw him down into the ground.
Now, Ebenima immediately looked at the referee. Was that to call for mate?
Yeah, I think he wasn't going to. He's not interested in engaging down in the Niwaza. Possibly he feels like he's capable of putting a big throw in here. He just needs that time.
Oh man, he's missing
Sianagi,
a little something.
Just the final tweak at the end of it.
That initial Kazushi to get in there. Gambata with
that high collar grip, that's the danger.
See that? I was wondering if he goes for that. Yikes!
The Kosota, he had him stumbling. Tayatoshi attempt, piling the pressure on the Uchimata. Then Ebenima really just, he was under a bit of pressure there. Put that Uchimata, but he still got the lift, even though the upper body was just not even existing.
I think Ebenima's trying to time that overhand grip with left-handed Ponsinagi.
Osotogari once more. We've seen that twice. Very, very close to scoring. And Gambata doing extremely well. He's got such a feel of where he is, and his aerial awareness is great.
I can't believe nobody scored yet, considering these awesome attacks.
35 seconds, it just seems to have flown past.
He's going to try for that left side. He's going. He went under the armpit.
Sort of thing. If he goes for the Ouchigari, possibly from here, in the inside. He's tried the Osotogari. Can he maybe switch? We've seen the Ouchigari before. But somewhere I feel that he could do the circle.
Yo! And he did it.
He came right. He showed it a few times. He came right underneath. And Ebenima.
He has that.
There you see it. He's got the sleeve.
Is it double sleeve?
Double sleeve, right through.
Wow.
Beautifully executed.
Wow. Beautiful.
Well.
And he went right, gestured right, switched his position, and boom, explodes underneath. His hip is past him by the time he hits the ground.
In fact, he actually had one sleeve. He had a soft sleeve grip because the Mongolian had his sleeve. He had control. So what he did was he pulled and he took his opponent's sleeve with him. He took the Mongolian sleeve. Look who's got the stronger grip there.
Is he grabbing his own sleeve?
He's actually got the Mongolian's got his sleeve. So he really only has one sleeve of grip, and he actually turns towards that side with the Mongolian controlling
So
his
the
left
Mongolian
side.
was the other grip
Control,
for him,
yeah,
basically.
the Mongolian had the other grip, so he didn't actually have two sleeves. He had the one, and he just took.
So if the Mongolian just let go of his right hand, it would have been a lot loose.
He wouldn't. No, he most probably would have catapulted him.
Yeah.
I think there was no stopping him. He got so deep in there, but the ingredient is that he had control of his opponent's left sleeve.
That's incredible.
That was the most important part of that.
I'm trying to watch his left
look,
hand. It's free, yeah, it's free.
yeah.
It's totally free.
He hasn't got grip. He's
Nothing.
just got the right hand on the left sleeve. That's what he's got.
That makes it even more incredible.
Because what he's done, he's actually turned in to the from the weaker side. Well, you got Frank DeWitt
Frank
here.
DeWitt is having an awesome day. He's exciting.
Kohara as well. He's a thrower. He's also another exciting competitor of the day.
And again, we have, it looks like a righty versus a lefty, making for this entertaining chess match of Uchimata and Tanya Toshi and Kosotogari. And I just can't believe how big DeWitt is.
He's so tall, isn't he?
He's huge. Listen to this audience going crazy for Ungvari on mat number 3.
Oh, they just love him, don't they? And he's had some really close calls, but it's just created so much excitement in this arena. But there you have Ohara there with Uchimata. Nicely executed, follows through into the Niwaza. Now DeWitt looks in real trouble. I think there's the Shimiwaza that's on.
Did he just tap? No.
No.
I saw his fingers moving from behind, but
Most probably it was caught up on the chin.
which is even more painful, I think, when you really
Yes.
pull that chin. DeWitt wants that strong overhand right grip. He's going to set it up and now get the left hand, and then looks like he's going to go for the right. No. Tomonagi attempt into Newaza. What? Wow. He just continued, and it looked like it had come to a completion and still almost threw him. If he landed in a bridge, that would have been Ippon, but he spun on his head again. Whoops. Oh, looked like he got hurt there for a moment. He dislocated his toe. He immediately gestured towards his foot.
He looks a bit uncomfortable there at the moment, doesn't he?
Let's see now. I'm enjoying watching DeWitt break these grips down.
He's so powerful, isn't he? And he's got that height advantage which he uses well.
Oh, he has the belt. He has the belt.
Look there, right deep on the belt. Hips are starting to come through.
Oh, he let go of the belt.
Yeah, he lost a lot of confidence there. He got a resistance, and that he felt that he was more happier to just fall to the front and take hand. But then that's the danger. You let go of control. There's the chance of the Uranagi, because you've got no control left.
Let's see what Kohara can pull out of the bag here. There's no score. It's 1:35 left. No penalties, no scores. Anyone's game. Again, he's gesturing towards his foot. Oh, he's stepping on his foot. They are locked. They are engaged here. Fighting for that pulling hand, but he just has his wrist control. He doesn't have his gi. What? Kohara turned away again. Something's wrong. I don't know if DeWitt
he's just
keeps landing on it, or perhaps stepping.
Maybe on those big feet, they're just sort of tapping away at his toes.
Yeah, I guess when it's righty versus lefty, your dominant side's going to be. Oh, he has the belt grip again. No, he's not going to do anything with it. Oh, there's our first Shido to Kohara, Kenya.
Well, just
Whoa!
under half a minute.
There's your sticky foot again.
Yeah. The Japanese are so clever with the rashiwazas. They're very, very dangerous. And now he starts to maneuver into the niwaza, looking for the jujikatami. But as you can see, as his foot's caught up, yeah, it's caught there. So it's going to be difficult. It needs to tie up and control the upper part of the body first. And as you can see, he's got no control on that head. So a lot of energy is going to be spent trying to get the leg out for what? He's going to be able to spin out as soon as he does.
That's it, golden score. Here we go. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's okay. It's probably another penalty if he slipped off the grip. No penalty here. Oh, now they're giving it a penalty. Okay. I thought it was just a misgrip, but that's okay. Now, if you're Frank DeWitt, you're going to push now.
Well, yeah, you've got to really look busy, put a few attacks in. Nothing too much that's going to threaten him, because as we know, the Kohara is a big thrower and he's going to start trying to come back. But as you can see, really doesn't seem to be changing the pace of this contest, does he? For someone that's got half a minute remaining, he does a Sutemi Waza, falls on his back, and now the clock's ticking away. And DeWitt's going to be very clever there. He's going to keep working, because all he needs to do in the last 30 seconds, all he needs to do is look really busy, make Kohara look passive, put a few attacks in, and he could end up getting that third and final Shido. Comes over the top, he's got a hand on the belt. Just doesn't seem confident enough to get the hips through.
He's coming close there. He put him on his side there. Let's see, DeWitt's going to do some newaza here.
Trying to catch the arm there, but still there's no score. We're in the golden score, 1 minute and 19 seconds. Kohara with 2 Shidos on the board.
Both these guys are obviously in excellent shape. They're not showing any signs of fatigue, especially a minute and a half in the golden score. They've been fighting for 5.5 minutes now. Whoa!
Oh, again, the sticky foot.
The sticky foot. For those kids out there listening, it's really not called sticky foot.
It's not, it's Kosota. Kosota.
Okay, let's see now. They're both pushing. And Kohara is looking fresh here. Let's see if we can get those hips in. And take him back. No.
It's funny when I'm teaching the ko-chigaris, the o-chigaris, the kosotas. You give them the name, but you just say, right, pretend you've got a sticky foot, that you've stuck your foot, the sole of your foot, to the heel, or you've hooked it around to the calf. So they keep it there. So they have to imagine that foot's stuck on.
Yeah.
And so they can persevere and concentrate on the upper body control. And this is where the Japanese do so well with the rashiwazas. They persevere. They've got that back leg driving, but they keep the foot in position. It isn't a double sweep at it. They don't lift it away and come back at it.
Yeah, to have that 1 foot or that one-legged balance and be able to hop in any direction.
Oh, it's a talent on its own, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Shows the control and core strength that they have. Well, Kohara, as you can see with the 2 Shidos, still no difference. Frank DeWitt with 1. With 2, coming up to 3 minutes. So these athletes have been battling away for almost 7 minutes now. And that's a lot when you've got 2 athletes so powerful in their connection here.
Yeah, it's a 7-minute sprint, and you're on the cusp of the anaerobic and aerobic conditioning, and that's the hardest. It's like an 800-meter run. Wow. Now they're getting creative here. Oh.
Now Frank DeWitt looking for the Sangaku turnover there. Comes round the back. He doesn't have to connect with the back of the arm, but he's got a nice turnover there.
Wow.
But who's holding who at this particular... at one stage I thought DeWitt's arm was underneath his opponent, but no, that was complete in control with Frank de Witt. Circling motion around their opponent. Frank de Witt coming forward once more with the long limbs connecting. Oh, a Taitoshi there. Oh,
Kosota! Oh! That's pretty close.
That is a very close call.
And look at this stroke now. He just has to get under the. He's almost under the chin. As I'm saying that, I'm putting my chin down.
Trying to protect yourself.
That was very close. This is the semifinals. Come on, guys.
2 shidos
Okay,
apiece
it is
now.
tied
Well,
up.
let's see how this goes. Well, you want this to go with a big score. You don't really want to see someone hand socking back.
Oh, wow. Well finished.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
And that was de Witt going for that.
Yeah. The Ouchigari
There you
in
go.
the inside. He came round the back for the Kosota,
Yeah.
left himself really vulnerable, and the Ouchi was just there for the taking.
He didn't have the right angle to do that Kosoto.
No.
He was.
He was on the wrong side.
Yeah. There. Now he tried to adjust it. It was too late.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh,
right down. Controlled him.
nice,
Steered him right
nice.
flat on his back.
Hey.
Well done, Kohara.
Lovely judo. Well, we had to really work for that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and there's no shame from Frank de Witt. I mean, that was an excellent.
Oh, no. Brilliant match for Frank.
Oh, it still must just spurn, though. He's come this far, and this is the semifinals. I mean, like we talked about now, there's no guarantee of a medal, and Kohara is guaranteed a medal.
Yeah. He's got to go back in there in the mix of it all and battle away in the bronze medal fight a little bit later on. But I'm sure, again, it will be another exciting match from him. Leski here, representing Slovenia in the white. Noichi of Japan in the blue. This is the semi-final for the under 63 kilos. And this is the top half of the draw. Leski being the #1 seed coming into this competition.
Leski's
so
a beast.
she's been really firing on all cylinders here today. She's been very impressive indeed.
I've been enjoying watching her demeanor, her posture. She's just focused. She's like a surgeon, no expressionless.
Yeah.
Just gets the job done.
Keeps her cards close to her chest. No body language to give anything away. Well, a little bit of a spin on that, wasn't it, with the Taitoshi?
And Nuchi Aimi also quite impressive.
Well, both grip up very tightly there. Both got a lapel grip. Oh, the Kosota again.
And the thing about the Kosoto is when they overcompensate with their balance, if the throw doesn't work itself, it's setting up a wonderful combination.
Oh, yeah. They've got a plan B, haven't they?
It's almost like if the Kosoto works, that's plan B. Like they're actually setting up something else.
Very tightly in, both the athletes. One looking for the Taitoshi, the other one's got the options of Kanuchi's, with Noichi's got the Kosota, the Ouchigari, and the Sianagi. So she's got a repertoire of 3 just from that angle alone.
It's interesting that they're the same weight. Leski looks so much bigger. And like she's not like she's tall and thin, she's tall and big.
She's quite a solid looking structure there. Noichi getting the first grip, both again opting for that lapel grip.
Oh man.
Noichi trying to overstretch herself across the top there in front for the what looks to be the Osota off to the side of the Taitoshi switch, but that overstretching leaves her open for the Ouchigari if she gets the right reaction.
Yeah, it's a good technique, but with Leski's legs and the length, it's a little extra, a little farther than I think she's capable of doing, and while maintaining her balance.
Yes. Well, both very, very tight, but I think
Double Shido, and Leski has 2 now. Minute and a half to go, 2 Shidos. Let's see if she'll change anything. Semi-final action. Not showing any nerves at all.
No, she seems to be very calm, doesn't she? Considering there's a little bit more extra pressure on her with the two Shidos floating around there. She knows one more, any mistake now, it could cost her a place in the final.
I thought she was going to fake Taitoshi and go back with a Kosoto of her own. Let's see. Oh, she's changing the grip. I like the way she put her leg out, just like a little feeler. Sumagaeshi attempt.
Yeah, she was under a lot of pressure just there on the edge of the contest area. There really wasn't any way out there. She couldn't go backwards because it would put her into the Kosota position for an advantage to Noichi.
Excellent mat awareness.
Now opting for sleeve grips there, but Noichi, you just get the sense that has a little bit more control in this. Well, 14 seconds remaining in this semi-final. It's looking very much like it could go to golden score.
Yeah, mat 3 we have Van
Dirk and Zupanic.
Zupanic, yeah. That's Van Dirk.
Dirk, yeah. Sunny Van Dirk. Well, I hope it is. That's what I've been saying, but apologies if it's not correct. For many, many years I've been called Doily instead of Doyle.
Doily.
Doily. The L-E at the end was Lee, Doily, where it's supposed to be Doyle. Come to accept it.
I think I need my contact lens prescription updated. I'm having a hard time seeing that.
I'll give you my glasses, you can borrow them.
Today I got to make sure I got the right in the right eye and the left in the left eye.
Oh, it's still, we're now into golden score, half a minute into golden score. These ladies have been battling away for 4.5 minutes. So it's been a long, drawn-out contest for both of them. And really, you couldn't write either one of them off yet.
This can, I wouldn't be surprised
Oh,
either way.
There was a skip through there for the Uchimata. And a drop. But Noichi is in obviously a better position. Well, not now. It's both got two Shidos. Now, this is where Leski is very, very clever. She tactically knows how to do enough without putting herself under a lot of pressure. She's not, I don't think she's going to be the bigger thrower out of the two of them. Noichi's capable of throwing. I don't think Leski's capable of throwing Noichi, though.
She seems to have a very high judo IQ in terms of what to do at the right time. Where she is on the mat, tactics.
Yeah, Leski's just very clever at being able to work a contest out, and tactically is very sound. And I think this is the difference between them. Noichi she's capable of throwing, and she's got a great repertoire of techniques that she can put together and pick off Leski if she gets the opportunity. But Leski tactically knows the best way for her to win this match is to get that third and final Shido. Just do enough, look busy, like she's just had Noichi picking up the second Shido. She'll aim for that.
Ooh,
anything else will be a bonus, I think.
Zupanzic just lost on mat 3, unfortunately, by Wazari. I didn't even see the Wazari being scored. They're well into golden score now, over 2 minutes. And Leski is still composed. Both girls not breathing very heavy, super well conditioned. Who is going to make a mistake first? That's what's going to come down to. They're both pretty tight. Hopefully it doesn't go down to a third Shido.
Well, I hope not. I'd like to see this in a score somewhere, and we have been pleasantly surprised. And there we have it.
Wow.
That Kosota again that we
Got her
saw.
with the sticky foot.
Sticky foot. She persevered with it. It was there, and Nouchi goes into the final for Japan in the under-63s, and Leski will drop down into the bronze medal match a little bit later on. So she's still got a chance of getting on that podium, and she's definitely earned a place on that podium. But it now means that she's got to start refocusing herself and get herself picked up again, because she'll be pretty disappointed of not to get through to the final.
Yeah, what a relief. Not only to make it to the final, but in a tight match in golden score with a super strong opponent. I mean,
yes,
seeded number 1, I believe.
Leski, yep, number 1 seed coming into this tournament, but it's not all over and done with her yet. She's still got a chance for a bronze medal, and we'll be seeing her a little bit later on with that. Now we've got one more match, it looks like. Zoe of Japan in the white and Sally Conway in the blue. The semi-final of the under 70 kilos out of pool A and B.
Sally Conway is fun to watch.
She's quite a smiley little character, isn't she? She's
oh no, I did not expect that right off the bat.
She made that look really easy, didn't she?
Wow, I did not expect
Zoe
that.
really just...
I'm actually disappointed that's over. I really wanted to enjoy more of that.
Yes, it would have been nice to see a little bit more of Conway, but she's not... I don't think it's been one of her best performances today. She started off really slow, and in fact her first match went to 2 shidos apiece and into golden score until she managed to accelerate and win for a pawn against the Australian. So for me, she was really in a rocky situation right at the beginning, and has pulled herself together and has got herself now back up into a bronze medal position, which we'll see a little bit later on. But it'll be interesting to see how we go on. But some of these, especially the repechage, we've not because we can only manage to see one match at a time. We can't really see what happened with some of the repechage matches to see who's going to be in the bronze medal final. But we can go over some of these weight categories, and let's start with 70 kilos, what we've just seen at this moment. So, 63s. 63s, we've just seen it in the roar. We've got it fresh in our mind and just going through it. We've got Leski just got defeated there against Nouchi. Now, Trados, did she manage to get into... Yes, I'm not quite sure with that one. Did she manage to get into the final? It was a match that we didn't get to see, but let's have a look now with the results. So yes, Trados managed to go into the final. Oh,
she's in the final as well.
Yes.
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, so here we have it. So straight away we've got Vermeer, who's in for the bronze medal, and she's up against who did she? She'll be up against Trados. Let's see. It's always...
What, are you on the website?
Yeah, I'm just going onto the website now because all the paperwork, we haven't been able to get an update on it. But let's have a look at it. We've got Verma from the Netherlands, Sani, and she's a young athlete that's been coming through, and she's had a great performance today, really. One of those that weren't seeded, as we can see when we look down at all the results. We had, 35 at the beginning of the day that was participating.
35.
And
wow.
that's a lot, isn't it? And when you look at the list that we had there, Tremblay, we had the top seeds there, Trados, we had Leski, just seen Leski lose, but she's in the bronze medal, so she's still there as one of the seeds, which is a nice thing to see. And we've got Trados as well as the number 2 seed, Francine from the Netherlands, that was a seeded in the top 4. So there was Krasakova, again another seed. So where are we now? We've got Verman from the Netherlands, who's fighting for a bronze medal, Ozdaba Blash of of Poland.
Yep.
She'll be up against. Now, not seen too much of. I've seen a lot of Vermeer. She's been fighting a young girl. She's been fighting very, very well, and but Ozdova, she came down from Pool D, and looking at her travel there, we never got to see too much of her competing today.
Yeah, Ozdova
So-
we saw some of her earlier today. She's very strong,
Yes.
very exciting fighter. It's going to be good. Is Tremblay in for the bronze, or she has to fight?
She's Tremblay's in for the bronze, and she's up against Leski. So Tremblay.
Oh gosh, that's going to be the tough battle for her.
So against Leski, that's going to be not an easy match. But both athletes have been fighting extremely well, haven't they?
Oh, Tremblay has been on
And,
fire today. Yeah.
But Tremblay, she's had a little bit more time to get herself together and get herself into the mindset of fighting for that bronze medal. Leski, on the other hand, has just been defeated. She's had a battle and a half
Yeah.
in that semi-final to get a place, and just lost in golden score. It was a battle and a half.
Yeah, losing is one thing. Losing a heartbreaker is another thing.
And it's whether she can come back from that. That's going to be the difficulty. Whether she can pick herself back up, refocus herself, and feel good of how her day's been going. That's going to be the big question mark. But she's experienced. She's actually, for the past 3 or 4 events that we've seen her this year, Leski has performed very, very well. And we've been delighted to see those performances. So I feel Leski might just, obviously the Canadian you know very, very well. But I think just on performance, I think Leski, not only tactically but technically, is been on form today. So I think she could just slip through and get that bronze medal.
Yeah, if she's able to bounce back, hopefully the coaches are able to sit her down and say the right things she needs to hear to calm down and refocus. And a bronze medal is an excellent accomplishment for today.
Oh yeah, and obviously for the young girl Vermeer, I think she's got a big chance. Again, she's been very impressive. Someone that I'd looked at the beginning of the day that hadn't been seeded, but I just thought on her track record, she's a young girl. She's got a lot to gain from being here, the exposure, the experience, and she's got nothing to lose. So regardless what way it happens, she's already achieved a lot for someone so young.
Yeah, and the pressure's off, and that's a huge factor here. When there is no pressure, you can go out there, have fun, accomplish something, and just
she'll be on a real
showcase.
feel-good factor, won't she? She'll be
Yes.
coming out going, well, all I can do is really upset the odds here and do well. And I think she's most probably the stronger for me of taking that other bronze medal.
Yeah, winning into the bronze medal match or losing into the bronze medal match, it's a big deal.
And we've got the final, and we've just seen Ouchi perform out of her skin. And she's up against Trados, but again, Trados is strong athlete. We've got the number 2 seed there. She's not let us down. She's come all the way through, battled her way there. It's going to be an interesting match, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have to make a prediction here.
No.
That'd be pretty tough.
Yes, it's going to be hard, that one.
I predict the audience is going to win.
Yes, well, I think we're all going to win with that one, because I think that could end up being a very exciting match indeed. But I think we're both agreeing on there. We're going to sit on the fence with that one.
Yeah.
But
and
so
the end
be
of my
interested.
seat.
Yeah. Right, well, we've got the under 70 kilos, and we've just seen, obviously, Izoi of Japan blitzing
Wow.
Sally Conway, which was an absolute big shock for us both, really. We were sitting back ready to see. We'd seen a marathon in the last semi-final with the 63, and then all of a sudden we were sitting back waiting to see another marathon.
I just got my popcorn and sat down, and it was over.
And exactly, it was over and done. We blinked and it was done. She obviously, for me, Sally Conway hasn't actually been firing on all cylinders today. Like I said earlier on, she started off very slow and really needed to dig deep and pick herself up. And we saw her in the quarterfinals. She had a bit of a niggly injury, and I don't know what that was, and maybe that contributed to it. I don't know. But you can't take it away from Nizoe. She just blasted her, so she will be feeling really good about herself. But she's got Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands in that final, and that's going to be, I think, a real tester. But based on Nizoe, I think she's been technically very, very sharp. Her judo's been good.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, that last match, it was almost a bye, so to speak, in terms of the energy spent. Yeah, for Sally Conway, I mean, to not have a sharp day but still grind out that type of result is still something to be proud of.
Yeah, and she's got a chance in the repechage where she'll fight for a bronze medal. But I think Zoe, I think will be the one that comes through for the gold medal. I think based on performance today, she's one of my top favourites.
So hopefully she can continue to deliver some spectacular judo.
Well, it has. It's been good. It's been interesting. Nice. Really nice judo to watch. And then you've got the repechage, the bronze medal matches. Bernholm, Zupanic. And, well, Bernholm came into this competition with 38 athletes participating as the number 1 seed. A lot of pressure, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and that's going to be fantastic because Zupanic has had a really strong day, 3 pawns in that until that last loss. So hopefully that loss doesn't take away that momentum that she had.
Yeah, and this is the thing, when someone's having a really good day and it just grows and grows, and then all of a sudden, bam, it's gone horribly wrong. It's been able to pick yourself back up, brush yourself down and get on with it, isn't it? And it's the strength of the mind now. She knows the body is capable of doing the business, is capable of doing judo. But will the mind just catch up with that and say, right, well, just put that to one side, bury it, and let's move on. But she is up against the number 1 seed, Bernholm, and Bernholm for me has been, she's very consistent throughout the last previous events that we've seen her. She just seems to be growing more and more and building up on her confidence. So again, it's going to be a very interesting bronze medal match.
And 2 very strong ladies, just physically. Khalida is an animal too, yeah.
Yes, and we've got Nang from Morocco against, you've got Sally Conway of Great Britain. Now, again, we've said Sally's on a sort of a bit of a struggle. She's been digging away deep. Has she got enough? Because Nayang is a powerhouse. Nayang is, for me, mentally, physically, a very strong athlete. And this is going to be a real tough one. And based on performances today, I think Nayang might just edge this. She's had a little bit of time to sort of build herself up. She won against Gersek to get into that bronze medal match, the Hungarian on home territory to Gersek, and that's no easy feat.
Yeah,
but she's had time to analyze Conway's performances, and she's had time to compose herself and prepare herself for this bronze medal fight. So it'll be an interesting one. Can Conway, with the experience of being an Olympic bronze medalist, European silver medalist, can she, that maturity and experience that she brings with her, can she mentally pull it all together and take a bronze medal?
She did save some energy. I mean, she got thrown quickly, but she didn't expend it. It wasn't a long, drawn-out, grueling match. If she can bounce back mentally, and that's really all it is at this point for her, is to be able to say, I made a mistake, you know what, the pressure's gone, let's go out and just have some fun and do some fun judo.
Yeah, so hopefully that she'll be able to come through on that, but it's going to be a very tough match indeed for that bronze medal. Well, swiftly moving across into the under-73s where we had 58 athletes.
Is that incredible? 58.
You must sort of, as an athlete, you must sort of turn up at the weigh-in and going, is this for the whole tournament? Is this all the weight categories? Could you imagine that weigh-in? It must have taken a lifetime for everyone to weigh in, and the thoughts I couldn't even put into my head. But let's go down into the repechage, and we've got Esposito of Italy, and he's up against Maged Lidon of Canada. And again, I never saw too much. I saw Esposito, and he's a young, vibrant, he has bags of energy. He's quite an exciting athlete to watch, and he was someone that I'd highlighted at the beginning of the day as someone that could cause a few upsets, and he has done. And but the Canadian, I don't know too much about him.
I actually saw him, on the sheet and watched him today a little bit, and he's obviously very strong. It'll be a momentum.
The Canadians in general have had a good day, haven't they? When you look at all the Canadians today, they've performed. There was no one that you could turn around and say looked pretty flat. They were really up for it, and some were very, very close to getting into the final. Some are now battling away for those bronze medals. Even yesterday, the Canadians did extremely well. They're definitely a team to be reckoned with, and I think this is where you've got someone who's got that little bit more, the Canadian with a little bit more maturity and experience behind him under his belt. But then you've got Esposito that is just like a power rocket that's going to go out.
Is he a younger fighter?
Yes, he's a young fighter, and I think he's got this sort of attitude, well, I'm just going to come out and perform.
Show the world.
He's a little, I find him as quite exciting because he's like a little bit of a show-off.
Yeah.
He performs, he actually performs to the crowd, and he gets better the more the crowd are behind him. So it'll be interesting to see how those two get on.
And it's good for the sport to have someone who's a little bit of a showman and to draw people in and get people, especially if there's people that are going to tune in for the first time that don't normally tune in. They'll watch this and say, this guy's exciting, he's fascinating.
Yes,
I got to keep watching this. So it's good for the sport.
And then we've got the other bronze medal where, well, it'll be a crowd pleaser. Szabo of Hungary will be in that bronze medal match, and he'll be up against Gambata, who's the #1 seed coming into this competition. So the #1 seed will be wanting to go home with a medal, there's no doubt about it, but Szabo will have the crowd, and they have been supportive all the way through for the Hungarian team. They really have been right behind him, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be behind him because the Mongolian fighter is very strong.
He's strong.
So it's going to be that passionate live crowd versus a beast of a human being. So interesting matchup. There'll be a nice story being told there.
Yeah. Gambata, on paper, he's obviously the favourite for taking that bronze medal, there's no doubt about it. But when you've got an athlete who's the home crowd behind you and he's got nothing to lose, everything to gain, could be the upset of the day, you never know.
Yeah, with this audience as the wind beneath his wings, you never know.
Yes, and again, we're going to have another very exciting and crowd pleaser, and that will be the final. Ebenua of Japan, and he'll be up against Ugvari of Hungary.
Yeah. This in this case for the bronze medal, I don't know if the crowd can push him to beat the Mongolian fighter, but in this case, the crowd might be able to push him to beat the Japanese fighter.
I think so. Well, let's have a look at the journey that he has taken. Raku, again, the Romanian, was a strong athlete, and he went on. He had Van der Westen, again, for the Dutchman, was very, very strong. And Reiter of Austria, he really had to, there was a couple of times I looked up and we didn't follow the whole pathway through to that final. But what we did see was there was a few humdingers, there was a few battles going on, and he wasn't getting his own way right at the beginning, but he was able to dig in deep, and that crowd seemed to really accelerate his performance every time that he would be trailing and coming back and to take the fight.
Yeah, the crowd seemed to be the loudest when he was up there.
Oh, they love him. Him and his brother, they just love him.
Are they brothers?
Yeah, there's a brother in, I don't know where he is in but we'll come to him, whether he's, I'm sure there was one here. There.
I thought he was up there a lot.
You did? Antilla.
Yeah.
Mikkelsen Antilla. And yes, he dropped out the quarterfinal stages. So unfortunately, he's not in there with a chance of a medal, but his brother is. And so that's going to be a lot of pressure on Japan, definitely. Yeah. But technically, I think Ebenuma is he's a better judo player. He's actually, technically, he's got some nice skills. He's got a wider repertoire, but you've got the fight and the heart.
Yeah, the passion and the
crowd. There's a few more extra little ticks there on a box for when you're looking at percentages. He's got a few more extra there. He's slightly weak on certain things. Tactically, he's very strong. His niwaza is excellent. We've seen some beautiful niwaza coming from him.
Yes.
And he's got the crowd, and he's got a big heart.
It's like a script for a movie final.
Yeah, so he might just come through. How nice would it be for the Hungarians, though, to get that gold medal?
Yeah, it'll be awesome.
Be a nice one.
And it's going to be fun to watch if it happens.
It would be definitely a crowd pleaser, but it'll be one to watch. There's no doubt about it. And then we come up to the last weight category, the 81 kilos, 60 competitors here today, a lot. And we're down to the last 3 matches. And one of the first of the repechage bronze medal matches is we've got Muki, who European champion of the Israel here. Brilliant fighter, has defeated some very strong opposition all the way through, and
even his loss at the end
from
was
Belgium. And again, two very strong athletes that have been battling away to this point, and I think that's going to me, I've got to sit on the fence between those two.
Oh, you know what?
Really
I didn't see that loss actually. I didn't see his loss.
Yeah,
Kukubetzov. I saw him.
Yeah, it was a really tough match.
He had an awesome day.
But that's going to be interesting.
He's an
this
athlete.
weight category on its own was very, very tough indeed, and there was some really outstanding performances. And in fact, Paul, I believe, let's have a look at it. I'm sure it was Paul B that you just looked at and thought, oh, you would have hated, if you were an athlete, you would have hated to come back with, or try to get out of Paul B. You had the world champion in there, you had European medalists, you had them all. You had Cassé, who was a junior world champion and has had 3 medals in every Grand Prix that he's attended. So that Paul B was a massive event. And then up the top on Pool A, you had the number 1 seed, to which you had him in there. And so it was endless. And you had Muki, who, as you can see, is then fighting for a bronze medal. So for me, I've just really got to sit on the fence for that one and just enjoy and see who, because both of them deserve to get through.
Yeah, both guys. The fighter from Belgium was really exciting today, and I actually can't wait to see him fight again in the future, even after this event.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, Muki, awesome. Oh, and this whole you're right. This whole division. Look at this. The next match.
I know.
It's Pacek and David. I mean that.
Number 1 seed, Pacek as well in there. Definitely, Pacek for me he's performed well, hasn't he? He's had an excellent day, and both deserving a bronze medal. I think Frank de Witt, he's been unlucky. He just hasn't had the luck behind him. I don't think he lost to Kohara in the semi-final, and he's put his heart and soul into this competition today.
He's put everything into it.
He deserves to come away with a medal, I think. And then we've got the final, which is Kohara of Japan and Kubetsov of Russia.
Yeah, classic Russian-Japanese final.
That's
81 kilograms.
There's strengths on both halves, isn't there, really? Yeah. You've got someone that's very technically very sound, nice skills, moves beautifully around the mat, and is an absolute pleasure to watch. And then you've got Kubetsov, who's up front in there. He loves the contact. The Japanese just loves the flow and the movement, and he needs space. But then you've got Kubetsov that loves to engage, come over the top,
no space,
draw in, and just wrestle himself. And you know that more than anyone. Just getting up close and personal, bigger and aggies. And he's got the Ouchigaris, he's got the Uchimatas. He's got some really good skills, and he's obviously a quality player that's come through as the number 2 seed. And so for me, that's an open one. It really is.
Yeah, if this goes to golden score, I'll be very impressed. This is going to end in some big fireworks and some Nice-Ippon.
Yeah.
One Nice-Ippon.
Oh, definitely. Well, you hope it's going to go for a Nice-Ippon. Yeah. But I think there will be a big throw in that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that will be, hopefully it'll be the last match that we come, but I think it'll be the icing on the cake as far as that actual final itself. It's one I'm looking forward to, and it'll be very interesting to see how it all pans out at the end of the day.
How long do we have to wait now for the finals?
So I think it's 4 o'clock that we start. I'll just double check.
It's an hour and a half. I can't wait that long.
Gives you a chance to wash your hands and that, because my hands are all sort of really damp, ready to go. I'm just thinking it's going to be an interesting. So I hope you've enjoyed following us and watching the other matches throughout the day. And then we'll join us a little bit later on, where we'll watch the final block and the finale of what has been some superb judo, hasn't it?
And this is day 2, and not that there's, lower quality categories on Friday or Sunday, but this seems to be the heart in terms of the meat and potatoes of the most exciting categories.
Well, it's not been disappointing at all for this for the start. Even from yesterday, there was some beautiful judo. There was some real excitement, and it just seems to just get better and better. Yesterday was good. Today has been great. hopefully tomorrow will be fantastic,
Yeah.
and we can just go, right, what a weekend of judo. But these are all so important, this stage now, because it's the Olympic qualification points, that this is what these athletes are looking for now, to get them on in a good position to qualify for the Olympic Games, which just seems to be coming in very fast.
Yeah, and the Hungarian Judo organization put on a fantastic event. Budapest is a
Amazing.
perfect city for this event.
Definitely. Full
It's
credit to
smooth.
the hosts of this event, the stadium, the atmosphere, the supporters. It's been an absolute delight to be here.
Yeah, and the audience is quite judo savvy. They're cheering at the right time. They know that they can identify subtle nuances of newaza, where they can see someone's in jeopardy or not, and that really adds to the overall atmosphere of the whole
Well,
tournament.
it's kept us on the edge of our seats
Yes.
anyway, and had you sweating under the collar a few
Yeah.
times. But I'll just say that I glowed. But but I hope you'll join us a little bit later on. And so, for myself, Loretta Cusack-Doyle,
Anthony Corelli.
see you later. Bye.